Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to KUMBTV's Eyes Up, Mother Brown. We are here for West Ham United Football Club, the mighty Hammers, against Leicester City, third in the Premier League against West Ham, who were fourth in the Premier League, down to sixth as a result of this weekend's matches so far. A huge game for West Ham, maybe the biggest game of the season so far. We'll see. We'll find out what the team think in due course. I'm joined this afternoon by Rio and by the Pink Palermo, and very shortly, Gnome will be joining us. He's just running a little bit late, a little bit later than the rest of us, I should add, which means that the team duties are going to be taken by our Rio this afternoon in standing in for Gnome on this particular occasion. How you doing, Rio?
I'm okay, thanks, mate.
Excellent.
I'm not looking forward to reading these out, though.
We know what's coming. I'm looking forward to this. Rio, over to you. The West Ham United and Leicester City teams, please.
Right, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We line up today with one change in our starting lineup. I line up as follows. In goal, Lucas Fabianski. At right back, Vladimir Sufal. At left back, Aaron Creswell. Have a centre back partnership of Craig Dawson and Issa Diop. Arthur Masuaku, presumably playing at left wing back. Thomas Soucek and Mark Noble in midfield. Pablo Fornals, Jesse Lingard, and the returning Jarrod Bowen, who replaces Mikel Antonio, who's obviously injured. On the bench today, again, a rather depleted West Ham lineup. We have Fabian Balbuena, Saeed Benrahma, Alves, Ryan Fredericks, the double goalkeeping substitutes of David Martin and Nathan Trott, Ben Johnson, Odebeku, and Connor Coventry returns to the subs bench after a period of absence. Leicester City, our visitors. According to the BBC, they line up in the 3-4-1-2 formation. Kasper Schmeichel in goal. Amity, Evans, and Fofana. Ricardo Pereira, Tielemans, Ndidi, and Castagno. Dennis Pratt returns for them. Iheanacho and Jamie Vardy up front. And on the bench for the visitors are Albrighton, Ward, Mendy, Fuchs, Thomas, Leshabella, Daly Campbell, Tavares, and Swang Chitteron. I'd like to thank Gnome for being late and making me read out Swang Chitteron. Cheers, mate.
The swang, as I think we'll be referring to him for ease of reference for the rest of the afternoon. Rio, thank you for doing a wonderful job and bringing the teams to us this afternoon. Hello to everybody joining us live on YouTube. They are the teams this afternoon. Rio, any surprises for either team there from what you can see?
The biggest surprise has actually come from the visitors, Leicester. There's a rumour that 3 of their players broke COVID rules in the week and had a little bit of a soiree. So according to Leicester social media, this is unofficial social media, much like ours, Perez, Madison and Hamza have all been bombed out of the squad today. Something's gone on behind closed doors. I hope it's not true. It's obviously come to fruition, and the rumours are they had a little bit of a get-together, which broke, obviously, COVID rules, and that's obviously frowned upon. So it does us a favour, doesn't it, no? Madison's a quality player, Hamza's a decent player, and Perez... He's chipped in with quite a few goals this season from when we're called upon. Yes,
bit of a shock that, and hopefully something that will go in West Ham's favour. Let's see what our fellow guest, the Pink Palermo, thinks about. Pinky, how you doing, buddy?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm looking forward to what I suspect is the biggest game of the season for us.
Yes.
And if we win today, I think I'll be saying the same thing against next week's opponents. You know, we're at the business end of the season, and unusually for us, we're at the right end of the table. And but it's good. You know, there's something on this game, and I think when you get round to sort of April time, some seasons you can't go up, you can't go down. You just kind of like sat in the middle. This isn't going to be like that. You know, we could be anywhere between 3rd and maybe 8th place, depending on how these next half a dozen, 7, 8 games go. So today, I think that's a big plus for us with Leicester City players being allegedly a touch unprofessional. That helps. We are undoubtedly down to bare bones. I mean, let's not kid ourselves here. You know, forget false nines. This is nonsense stuff that we're getting now. Bowen filling in as a striker, which let's hope he can run around a bit. Behind him, Fornals, Lingard, and Masuaku. But I suspect the one area of the pitch where we are massively weakened now, I'm afraid, is the absence of Declan Rice. We'll miss him for sure. But Mark Noble came in last week, played exceptionally well, and let's hope he's got another 90 minutes in him today, because I don't see too much on the bench that's going to come on and replace him. So big game today. I said it a week ago, win this and we will finish in the top 4. And I'm standing by that. Absolutely standing by that.
Excellent. Good stuff. Rio, Hammers essentially spineless once again today. No Bonner, no Declan Rice, no Michail Antonio. Pinky mentioned it just there, talked about the false 9. Now, we saw Chelsea, actually, Tuchel played a similar system at Crystal Palace yesterday, didn't he? No Abrahams. And, they played with a false 9 system, worked very, very well for them. Going on to win 4-1 and move back to 4th in the Premier League, back above West Ham. Do you see that perhaps benefiting West Ham against a sort of slightly short Leicester City side today?
You can only but hope. I'm not completely convinced, but in Jesse Lingard and Pablo Fornals especially, we've got 2 players with the intelligence, the pace and the quick thinking to kind of adapt to this role really well. We've all seen how Jesse's come in, made a massive difference in the centre of our park with his quick thinking, intelligent link-up play, and breaking from deep. So you just hope that we can really exploit, which has been a pretty poor situation for us. And we all know how depleted we are and how desperate we are in terms of numbers. Just look at our bench.
Yeah.
But we've got intelligent players who might be able to adapt and really make the most of this. So here's hoping. And it's hope. It's the hope that kills you in the end, but never say never.
Pinky, the bench which Rio just referred to there is looking thinner and thinner as the weeks go by, isn't it? Really, only one player there that you could perhaps suggest might be a game changer in the shape of Said Benrahma. Are you surprised at all to see him starting on the bench again today, given the shortages?
Not really. I mean. Look, it's going to take him a while to get up to the speed of the Premier League. Let's be fair to the player. But he's a player that's made a couple of errors at crucial moments, and things like that will stick in David Moyes' mind, and he'll be thinking, protect the player a little bit. Don't put him in a position where the weight of the world is on his shoulders. Yeah. I think if we're 2 goals up with 20 minutes to go, you might see Benrahma come on. But, he signed a long-term deal with West Ham. We don't have to play him every single week. Give him a chance to grow into a role with the club. And he's a player that will need certain types of players around him to really flourish. And today, I don't think will be a day to play Benrahma, that's for sure. So, the one that really excites me actually is on the opposition's bench. Yeah. I mean, Tavares, I've already got more than a woman going through my head as an earworm. Yeah, it just won't stop. It will not stop. And if he comes on, I will get up and I will start dancing. That's how much, I mean, you live for these moments, don't you? I mean, the commentator there going, "Hope Tavares comes on." You just know he's probably got his dancing shoes on. But in terms of what we've got today, that isn't the strongest Leicester team either.
Yeah.
So whilst we can complain it's bare bones, I'm sure Brendan Rodgers will be looking at that going, there's 2 or 3 players that you'd think would normally start for them. I think, is it Suicek or whatever his name is, the centre-back, who's got a positive COVID test and he's stuck out in Turkey. Yeah. Maddison, I don't think there's many teams in the top flight that wouldn't want Maddison in the starting lineup. So he's one of the ones that's missing for alleged disciplinary reasons. So, in that sense, I'd say perhaps 2 evenly matched teams today. Vardy, obviously, a danger man, his pace, potentially getting in behind us. But go for it today, because win this, and we are putting ourselves absolutely in the driving seat again. But I don't think this is a day to sit back, and just watch the opposition. Let's have a go at them. And you saw what Leeds United did yesterday to Manchester City.
Yes.
It's kind of like, do you know what? We're down to 10 men, pint of bothered. We're still going to attack Manchester City. And, if they're not building a statue of Marcelo Bielsa outside Elland Road already, I would be amazed. And it's perhaps one of the great sadnesses of this season is Leeds United fans have been starved of, decent football for many years now. You could almost argue forever. They put a decent team out and none of them are allowed to watch it. So there you go. But today, I fancy us to win today, narrow win, and sail back into the top four. There you go.
Good stuff. Well, someone who does agree with you is former Hammers striker Dean Ashton, who earlier today we ran a big story on KUMB this morning from our former striker who believes that West Ham are going to finish in the top four under David Moyes, who he was full of praise for. Dean Ashton saying that it's been pretty remarkable when you consider where they were when David Moyes came back for a second spell. He's changed a lot of people's views on him as a manager after a very difficult time at Manchester United and other clubs. That shows not only his character, but it's impressive too how he's gone in there and changed the players' mentality. The recruitment has been very good and he has to take a lot of responsibility for that because clearly he's had a lot of input to get the players he wanted to create the right environment. Rio, the environment at West Ham, morale seems to be sky high at the moment. We saw also a piece on the Athletic this week talking about how West Ham fans have been queuing up outside Thomas Souček's front door just to get his autograph, and how Pablo Fornals has had some T-shirts printed off of the players celebrating. How important has that morale been for the Hammers this season, and how much praise should Moyes get for sort of engendering that and bringing it all together?
I think the fans camping outside Souček's door really been stopping him getting out and stopping any other club's agents getting anywhere near him, to be honest. But the morale in the club at the moment has been absolutely essential to us doing so well. We've got an incredibly tight-knit squad. You just watch the training clips and watch the social media pictures that the club produce. I know it's all manipulated a little bit, but they look genuinely happy. They're genuinely working for each other. There looks to be no friction. I was worried about Jesse Lingard coming in and possibly kind of disrupting that kind of harmonious atmosphere, but not a bit of it. He's adapted incredibly well. He's come into a club where he knows that not only is he wanted, he's appreciated, and everyone is in it together.
Yeah.
There's no kind of fringe players on the outside. Everyone is in this together. The team spirit created by Moyes, Pearce, Irving and Nolan has been one of the biggest factors this season, and fair play. No, it's exactly what we needed. It's been absolutely brilliant to see, and it's helped push us on to where we are and where we could possibly finish this season.
Yeah, very much so. And just going further with Dean Ashton there, he's talked about the arrival and the impact of Jesse Lingard, saying that he always remembers players going out on loan either to get some game time or to get over an injury, or because the club wanted them out the door. But for Jesse Lingard to have the impact he's had at West Ham, to go from not having any football at Manchester United and pretty much being written off, to coming into the club with the fitness levels he's shown, is testament to his dedication and commitment to his craft, given the condition he's in. He's clearly desperate to prove people wrong, and since January, nobody has been involved in more goals in the Premier League than Lingard. That's staggering. Clearly the environment and David Moyes, knowing him and the camaraderie within the club, has all helped him. But a lot has to be down to his attitude, and rightly he was picked for England in the last squad. We are joined before we go on by the last quarter of the team. It's the birthday boy. It's Gnome, and doesn't look particularly happy. Hope everything's okay, mate.
Yeah, no, everything's fine. Just running a little late this morning or afternoon or whatever time of day we've got. So
good to see you. Good to see you. Of course, I mean, before we move on, we should touch on what was an important milestone in the Gnome household this week. Many happy returns, my friend, from everyone here. And of course, we've had a little thread on KUMB where people have been wishing you well. Did you manage to celebrate at all?
Yeah, sort of. Yeah, we went down to my parents, and in accordance with all the regulations and rules and stuff, we sat in the garden. So when people say, "What did you get for your..." and no, we got down, got down to see them. I hadn't seen them for a long while, and of course, those of you, some of you may know about Jeff, my little brother, and saw both brothers as well. Yeah, the other one popped around with the family for a little while. So yeah, it was a lovely, lovely day, and I'm just still knackered from it, really, sort of thing. So hence my late arrival here. So I'm hoping that you'll have read out the teams, because my laptop is gone into some sort of strange mode, and where it's rebooting, kind of with all the speed of a freshly kneecapped tortoise, and so I haven't a clue what the team. Rio's waving. He sent me a message earlier on saying, "You've just tried to get out of reading out the Leicester bench." Was it particularly unpronounceable then?
Yes, I'll be making you repeat it numerous times throughout the day, mate. So
it's all right. You may notice that when I do the teams, I read out our team and our bench, and then their starting 11. I never bother with the opposition's bench, but well done for taking it on then, if it was that hard. But seriously, I'd just like to say thanks to everybody who posted on that thread and gave me good wishes, with the exception of Billy Bond's ballbag, who posted up a link to Build Me Up Buttercup.
I saw that.
That's still a bannable offence, isn't it?
I think it is. But happy birthday, buddy. Anyway, from
thanks,
all the team and everyone on the site. Yes, the Leicester bench contained a rather unpronounceable substitute, who Rio, to his full credit, managed to do a superb job with. At least that's until they come on TV and they'll probably pronounce it completely differently. But it was quite seamless anyway. He did a fantastic job. We've got the teams. The teams are in. Gnome, did you say you haven't had the opportunity to look at the teams yet?
I haven't had a chance to look. My first sight of this is just going to come up now as they come out onto the pitch. So
okay.
The Leicester lot are just coming out on the pitch on my telly anyway.
Okay, well, for the record, Leicester are missing a couple of players this afternoon for apparently breaking rules regarding COVID restrictions. Pinky, I don't know if you want to just relay that quickly again to Gnome, and for anyone else who's joining us late, and just let us know which players are missing.
Maddison, Perez, and one other missing from today. Assuming there's a number of Leicester players, even talk of Wes Morgan being involved in it as well. He wouldn't have featured today anyway, but breaking the COVID regulations, and they've clearly been left out for disciplinary reasons. And Brendan Rodgers has already said, well, they'll be back next week, kind of thing. That, of course, would assume that they are COVID negative. If they've broken the regulations, they could end up getting a positive outcome at some point, and they might miss more than that. So Hamza, Perez, Maddison. So they're the three, and that's got to disrupt, a manager's plans. And however much he sits there and says, well, it's an opportunity for others to show what they can do. Wouldn't life be great if that's all it took? And I think that's good news for us, bad news for Leicester, and hopefully that is a bad news story that hangs around for 2 or 3 weeks with them, because it'd be good to turn them over today, but it'd be even better were they to lose a couple of games on the spin. So, and Telly just showing our captain there, Mark Noble, out he comes, definitely with dyed hair. I don't care what anyone else says, he is tinting that. There is no question of that whatsoever. Yeah.
Yes. Mark, of course, leading the team today. Again, in the absence of a continued absence of Declan Rice, who should be out for the next month or so, as is the case with Michail Antonio. We're talking about the spine of the team missing. Angelo Ogbonna expected back imminently. Was considered a very outside bet for today, but obviously David Moyes has decided not to go with that. So there is Declan Rice. We've just seen a picture of him masked up in the stands, looking quite pensive ahead of the game. Gentlemen, we're rapidly approaching kickoff time. We should get those predictions in. Let's start with Gnome, late to the table, but first in for the predictions.
It's cutting out on me a little bit, and there seems to be an camera. Disappear and come back. Sorry about this, guys.
We're having a bit of trouble with Gnome. He seems to be going in and out. So we'll come. He's going to go off. He's going to go off and come back again. I think that means. Let's go to Pinky. Pinky, your prediction for today.
2-1 at West Ham. I think we're just gonna sneak it in. Although we should probably stay stum now. So a minute's silence for the Prince.
I'll presume the minute silence is finished. So
because
it's Sky, I'm behind you guys, so we could have been sitting here for an extra 30 seconds. 90 seconds silence here for the Duke of Edinburgh.
Yeah, no, you called it Bob on, Graham, and I'm sticking with 2-1 to West Ham. I think a close game, but Lingard's in the form of his life, and he's playing today in front of the onward-looking Gareth Southgate. If Lingard really wants to go to the Euros, 2 goals from him today wouldn't half help convince the England manager he's worth a spot. So 2-1 West Ham for me.
Good stuff. Rio, what do you reckon?
Unfortunately, I'm going to go for a defeat. I just think with our depleted numbers, Leicester's attacking pace and verve, I think we might come a cropper and lose 2-1. Just like to point out, Mark Noble today makes his 400th Premier League appearance for West Ham, the 8th highest in Premier League history.
Yes. A real landmark for the skipper today, captaining the side as well on his 400th Premier League appearance. Gnome, Pinky's gone for a 2-1 win, Rio a 2-1 defeat. What do you think?
I'm going to go for a 2-2 draw. I hope I'm cutting through now, and for some reason my phone kept cutting out, and but it seems to be working now anyway. Yeah, I'm going to go 2-2 draw.
Okay.
Yeah, we're underway here anyway, just in case if we want to do a quick time check, and we're 24, 25, 26 seconds in.
Quite remarkably, I'm only about 7 seconds behind today, so that's a first. Gentlemen, I take it you're up with Gnome, Pinky, Rio?
Up to speed.
Okay, good stuff.
Was it Siam Chitta one you were having problems with, Rio?
Oh, bless you.
Or food?
Daily Campbell.
It was the hyphen. Well, free kick to West Ham anyway, in a decent position down by the right-hand corner. Soufal they're getting up a little bit gingerly there, but he seems all right. So Lingard, Soufal, and Bowen sort of hovering over the ball at the moment.
I should just quickly point out, Gnome, before that's taken up, just to get my prediction in case we do score. I'm going to go for a 3-1 defeat today. I've got a feeling this might be the one that proves too much for us, but hope I'm wrong. Back to you, Gnome.
Get off the air.
Okay. Free kick from the right-hand side, and Soufal runs over it. Bowen left foot in, and it's cleared to the edge of the box, and Arthur doesn't get onto it. Noble tries to keep it alive and does so again, but no, it's play on. Sorry, I thought the game had stopped there for a second. Very scrappy at the moment, and it's now actually on the floor for the first time in a minute or two. And we can try and get some. The ball's played out because Lingard is injured. He's taken a little knock to the back of the head. He's rubbing the back of his head. Hopefully, that's not too problematical. Let's have a look again. 25 there. That's Ndidi. Had a quick look at him and kind of it was a slightly reverse headbutt, if you like, back to back, but not particularly deliberate, I'd say. Just one of those things. But just checked on Lingard to make sure he's all right, and the game gets underway again, or does it? No, Mike Dean's having another centre of attention, and he has to have the ball dropped at precisely the right blade of grass.
2 minutes and 45 seconds, a new record. Well done, no. Well done. Yeah.
Well, 40. It's a new record for him. Stops the game so he can start it again. You know why?
For those who weren't aware, Mike Dean, of course, is back in charge of West Ham for the second time since sending off Thomas Souček. Was it Arsenal, gentlemen? He officiated last.
Yeah,
was it
kind of? Was it Arsenal? No, I can't remember now. He did one game since, which I think he was kind of kept his head down, but that's kind of him serving his penance now. Leicester on the attack, shot from well outside the box, and that's just meat and drink for Fabianski. Iheanacho getting a bit of space, but it was a good 30 yards out or so, and was never going to trouble Fabianski for that.
First shot of the day for Iheanacho. Leicester came from Manchester City for £21 million a couple of years ago. But both sides kind of just sussing each other out at the moment. Just quickly, before we move on, a couple of your predictions. Rob Young going for a 1-1 draw. Richard Van fancies a 3-1 win to the Hammers. Hobo a 3-1 defeat, while Medellin Hammer going for a 2-1 West Ham win. Hellos to everyone else. SH Polaroid, Lawrence, Dave O'Rourke, Lou. Everyone else joining us on the live stream. Good to have you with us, chaps. And if you like what you're watching, give us a little thumbs up under the video screen there on the TV. West Ham in possession at the moment. 4.5 minutes gone. West Ham United 0, Leicester City 0. I mean, this is a huge game, Rio, isn't it, for West Ham today? You know, we sort of had a bit of a joke about it before the game, but this is massive. Potentially the biggest game of the season so far.
Yeah, definitely, because the situation we find ourselves in, just 8 games to go, the nature of our squad and how fragile it is, we've had a really good run of being free from injuries. The last couple of weeks has really bit and hurt us. Today, we've got to manage the best we can against an incredibly good side with a bare bones squad. And we need to keep in the mix here, because once this game's out of the way, we have a pretty decent running. You know, I mean, obviously there's no easy games in the Premier League, but our running is more favourable than most of the clubs in and around us. So this is probably our toughest game for me. Chelsea got a soft underbelly, but Leicester are a very dangerous side away from home, especially. I think away from home, they've only lost once all season. So this is going to be the most crucial game we have. It's a real test of character for us, what with the shortness of numbers and the whole of our spine of our team being absent.
Yeah, of course. A win for West Ham could take the Hammers to within 1 point of Leicester. West Ham's remaining matches, we go to Newcastle next Saturday. Then it's Chelsea at home, Burnley away, Everton at home, Brighton and West Brom away, followed by that final day match at the London Olympic Stadium, home to Southampton. Leicester, of course, as we touched upon in last week's live stream, a dreadful ending to the season in terms of who's up. They've got Southampton, West Brom, Palace in the next 3 games, playing Southampton in the FA Cup. semi-final, and Newcastle, 4 games you'd expect them to win, but they end the season with trips to Manchester United, to Chelsea, and then end the season at final game of the season at home to Leicester. So, at home to Tottenham, I should say. So some tough ones for the Foxes, and you really can't just say how important it is for West Ham to win here today, can you? As I said, could take us to with 1 point of the Foxes with only 7 to go.
Well, just to say that they have Iheanacho gets there's a long ball play from the back, and that's not very well dealt with by Cresswell. Kind of gets underneath it. Iheanacho's through on the right hand side, completely slices his first time effort. Cresswell got caught slightly too far forward there, and when. We've seen them play before, obviously, with Vardy, the ball through for Vardy to chase on. Iheanacho was on the end of that one, but we do need to be a little bit careful of that particular tactic. It is their sort of principal source of goal, or has been with Vardy. I know he's been on a bit of a drought. I think this is a team it's a game both teams will be looking at, thinking we probably need to win here. Leicester, obviously, because they want that gap to be, it's 3 points at the moment. They'd like it to be 4 or 6 at the very least at the end of this game, just give them that bit more of a cushion. And us, because we'd like it to be 1 for obvious reasons. And of course, though, you have, and as I say, I wasn't aware of the disciplinary situation that's kept a few of their players out, but there'll also be keeping an eye there. There may be a tendency to keep an eye on things, bearing in mind that it's a cup semi-final at Wembley next week. Now that really is their only chance of silverware, genuine chance. I mean, they're not going to overtake Manchester City. If you're a player, I don't know how much these sort of things prey on the mind of the professional footballer, but something to keep an eye on anyway.
Yeah, very much so. Rapidly approaching 9 minutes gone. West Ham 0, Leicester 0. A lot of ball being played around the midfield at the moment. We just saw a ball played, Pinky, there into Jarrod Bowen with his back to goal, somewhere where you'd expect Michail Antonio to be usually, and sort of holding on to the ball. And we just saw Bowen lose the ball straight away and concede possession. But it's not his game at all, is it? And he's being asked to do a job that isn't really, his speciality.
Yeah, absolutely, and Fowler cut the players some slack because he's doing what his boss has asked him to do. Yeah, and fair play to his boss. David Moyes, I think one of his best things this season. He's got on with the job regardless of who's available. He hasn't spent his press conferences whinging and whining about bare bones and we haven't got this player or that player or the other player. He's actually put confidence in the players he does have, and so you guys have got to go and do it. And I think that's a much more positive message to send your full squad than forever be sat there saying, "Oh, we've got no chance because player A, B, or C is gone." So Antonio's a big loss, but you just got to spin it and say, "Go on then, Bowen, show what you can do." Yeah. You've got to get on with it. You can't sit there forever and say, if only we had Aguero up top. We haven't, and we haven't got Antonio today either. It's that simple.
Okay, good stuff. We've seen the first booking of the day, and it's a player we referred to a few minutes ago. Mike Dean getting in there early, Gnome.
Yeah, he's obviously got down on Souček. Souček actually got the ball and clipped the player on the follow through. Was it reckless? No, not really. It was momentum rather than anything else. But part of the course. I guess we're thankful it's not a red. But I just want to see a bit of consistency with those then for the rest of the game, and because there will be others. It's just sort of definitely no intent behind it, and it wasn't reckless. It was, as I say, just the momentum took him through. Cliff player wasn't that injured. Yes, got up. The free kick, which was in a potentially dangerous position, well, it was taken twice. The first time, Dean presumably hadn't had enough camera time, and Howell has Leicester now come forward and good block on the edge of the box there. The second free kick, it was absolutely awful, dreadful free kick, and much thanks for that. Free kick to West Ham now has Bowen, not for the first time today, as somebody's gone through the back of him, but it seems to happen to him quite a lot, and he doesn't seem to get an awful lot for it. That one did get a foul for it, so.
Yeah, interesting. Just touching quickly on something you mentioned there, Gnome consistency. I think we saw yesterday in the Man City Leeds game that Pinky referred to earlier. We saw a Leeds player dismissed for winning the ball and just being, going through the player with a follow through, and then we saw City.
Sorry, I've just seen Lingard taken out completely, 2 foot away from the linesman. Nothing given. No, that wasn't a foul. Then, can't see why a linesman isn't going to give that when they're 2 foot away from it. Should flag for that. That was Lingard looked absolutely flabbergasted.
Yeah,
definitely. Incident yesterday. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, just completely absurd. Totally inconsistent referee.
Sorry, the Cooper thing, the Leeds guy. I could see why it might have been upgraded to a red, because okay, got the ball, but the follow through on that was high. It was on the knee, the incident we just seen with Souček, his foot was down, and it was just through on the side. If that follow through had taken him up sort of knee high, thigh high, then maybe you've got an issue there, and that's I think that's the difference.
Yeah, I think there was also the case yesterday, wasn't there, where I think you saw Raheem Sterling stamp on the Leeds keeper's hands when he had the ball in his hands.
Yeah,
and, no sanction at all. So
definitely seemed a bit naughty myself.
Yeah, absolutely. I thought as it's one as a player that you can get out the way of, and I felt he made it quite. It was quite deliberate. Anyway, just
defending here at the moment by West Ham, and Fabianski does well to mop up the end, but there were 3 players there on the ball, all sort of trying to clear the ball. Nobody getting quite a clean cut to it. Eventually it cleared, it came back in, and Fabianski was aware to the through ball, came out, took a slight knock to the hand, but just did the usual wave your hand a little bit, and it seems to be all right. But Leicester having a lot of possession at the moment. But as I say, a couple of times it's looked a little bit. We needed to clear it a bit better than that, and we haven't. But it's all a little bit scrappy, I'd say. It's probably the best way to look at it.
Yes, just wanted to roll the clock back a few moments. Rio, Gnome mentioned how Leicester were pushing forwards, and there was a good challenge on the edge of the box, which you didn't expand on. I just wanted to point out that it was a player who we've been quite critical of, in the last few weeks. Issa Diop, who sort of stepped out, made a really, really good challenge to win the ball on the edge of the box. Big game for Issa today, isn't it? We felt he was perhaps at fault for, at least one, perhaps 2 of the goals up at Wolves, but decent start from him so far.
Yeah, so far so good. His place is obviously under threat as well, with Angelo Bonner back in training, and I think he's got a return date possibly next week. So Issa's got to be looking over his shoulder a little bit. As I said, we're on the attack, and I think we're just about forced the corner there. Yeah, broke down the outside. Cresswell gets in, but the cross is put out by Leicester defender. So a corner for West Ham. Yeah, Issa's really got to watch himself. He's not been the greatest form. That's an understatement. With Angelo Bonner on the return, his pace is the most under threat. He needs a massive performance today to kind of justify any chance for starting spot next week.
And what a difference a year makes. Because then when Cresswell was bombing down the left flank to put the cross in, as he attempted to deliver the ball in, we had no fewer than 4 West Ham United players in the box running in. Had that ball come in, you'd have said it'd been a great goal scoring opportunity. Compare that with a year ago when, frankly, getting one player into the opposition box was a bit of an effort. And that's the difference Moyes has made to this team. Huge difference.
Yeah, very much so. West Ham have just had their first corner of the game, which came to nothing eventually. Looked like it might be a little bit dangerous. Dawson, I think it was, who won the header initially. But yeah, I mean, we just saw a statistic flash up on the screen there, once again reiterating that West Ham have scored the most goals from set pieces this season. It really has been sort of a strong point for us, hasn't it, this year?
Yeah, although having said that, the last few weeks, every time we've got a corner and they've put that ready stat up, nothing's come of it.
True, very
it's
true.
Like my heart, I was looking at it there. When the stat came up, my heart sunk. Leicester in promising position now out on the right. Cross-headed clear, but Leicester coming back again. Ball's out to Castagna, I think it's 27 there. Plays it down the line. And crosses blocked for a corner by Souček from Pratt, as it's pronounced. And corner to Leicester, their left-hand side, our right.
There's an insult you don't hear often these days. Not Castagna, the latter.
Yeah. That's how it's pronounced, is Pratt. I'm not insulting anyone. Anyway, we'll wait for the corner at the moment. And comes across, played long, slightly too long for everybody. And Cresswell will, well, it's not going to go out for a corner or a throw-in, so Cresswell picks it up, plays the ball long down the line towards Lingard, Fornals. And defender just about did enough to keep Fornals, but they've given it away now. Bowen on the run. Tries to feed Fornals, but the ball's not good enough. Then the ball and the run didn't match. And Leicester now, well, bring it away. It's now back with Schmeichel, whose clearance isn't that good and only finds Arthur Masuaku. So West Ham can build again now.
nearly 19 minutes gone. Goalless here in this huge game at the top of the Premier League. Still doesn't sound quite right, does it? Between West Ham United and Leicester City. In a very, very loosely related link, and this is about as loosely related as you can get. I bought some garden slabs the other day for my patio, and they were called Castagna wood. There you go.
Oh,
a chance.
No. Bowen's just followed the ball in, and he's bashed his knee on the goalpost, and this looks very painful.
Yeah. Ball was played out wide to Arthur, who looked up, whipped across in, and Bowen. If Bowen were a foot taller, more of a chance there. He went down, slid in, and his progress was halted by the post. One of those ones that hurt for a few minutes, but I think it should be okay. Yeah, he's looking all right now.
Oh, right on the kneecap. You can feel that one from here, chaps, couldn't you?
Yeah. When you get up in the middle of the night and you bang your knee on the sort of the dressing table, that sort of thing, or your toe. Yeah. It's one of those. Yeah. I feel your pain, Jared. I feel your pain.
We're rapidly approaching the 20-minute mark. Still no goals. Still just no goals. It's very even so far. West Ham 46% possession to Leicester's 54%. West Ham without a shot. Yet Leicester have had two, one of which was on target, one corner each. So very, very even so far, Rio. But, we thought this might be a sort of a bit of an open game, I think, looking at our predictions. But not much goal-mouth action at all yet.
No, not at the moment. I think any goal is going to come down to a massive error from the back line of either side. As I say, that Cresswell's on the attack for us. Forces out wide left to Arthur, who does his little disco dancing feet. Back into Fornals.
More than a woman.
We're trying to work it down the left-hand side, but it's not coming to much at the moment. Ball in by Lingard, unlucky there. Just got the angle kind of wrong. Yeah, I mean, Leicester play an incredibly high-pressing, hard-working game. We're trying to match that, but I just fear that our back three at the moment have got more of a mistake in it than they have. Without the leadership of Ogbonna, We all know how flaky Issa can be on the ball at times. Craig Dawson suffered massively from not having Angelo alongside him. I just feared that any goal was going to come from a mistake by our backline under the press of Leicester. Then Leicester is going to crack up under the press of us.
Yeah, Pinky, is this a case of two teams sort of playing a very similar kind of system, cancelling each other out so far?
There's an element of them cancelling each other out. I mean, in fairness, I think Leicester are keeping their shape impeccably well. Which bearing in mind they've had a disrupted lineup, credit to their coaching staff to get them to do that. But I think this is a case of both teams know what's at stake in this. I think if you asked either set of players, what does a win do for you today? Both would say pretty much guarantees Champions League football. Not guarantees, but gives you a good chance of Champions League football next year. And equally, you'd say, what does a defeat do to you here today? Each would say it makes it a bit harder. And I think there's a certain caginess about it. And I think perhaps a set-piece goal from us late in the second half, might set a cat amongst the pigeons. But there's no doubt about it, we are missing Antonio up top because our ability to hold the ball up at that end of the field is severely diminished with his absence. No question about that one at all.
Yes. That's definitely the case. As we sort of said before the start of the game, it was a concern, wasn't it? Gnome, what do you reckon?
You lose two things because of Antonio. You lose that ability to keep the ball, bring other players into it, which you need to do from time to time. But you also lose that almost the Vardy tactic where you can play a ball and he can try and run somebody ragged. So it's a sort of double whammy there. Leicester now shot from the edge of the box from Vardy again. Throw your hat on that one. Keeping Leicester at the moment to the edge of the box, and we haven't seen too many of that over the top ball that Vardy likes quite a lot. We saw Iheanacho earlier on where Cresswell didn't quite nab it, but now Bowen's getting in good position on the edge in the box on the right hand side, tries to feed it through with Lingard and Fornals in the box looking dangerous, but I think it's been given offside actually from the original. It's one of those ones where the offside flag goes. Yeah, he's offside. Where the offside flag goes off 4 weeks later in a completely different game. Yeah. So minor excitement, not worth it at all.
We're just over midway through the first half. No goals in this one so far. Not an awful lot to get excited about, really. As we said, two clubs are very much cancelling each other out so far. Rio, just looking at that, I mean, we spoke about, I think last time we played Leicester up at their ground when, of course, we recorded that incredible win. We were talking about Jamie Vardy being their biggest threat. And I think he scored something like one goal one goal since December the 20th when he scored at Tottenham. The only game he's scored in since then was in a 3-1 win at home to Liverpool. That shot there sort of indicated just how sort of poor he's been, I think, really, didn't it? He picked it up on the edge of the box, turned, and it was a really weak effort into Fabianski's hands. Perhaps a touch of desperation from a player sort of pretty much out of form.
Yeah, he's been overshadowed by Iheanacho in the last few weeks. I think it's not 7 in 5 or something like that for Leicester. With Vardy, though, if you want to break your goal scoring duck against anyone, step forward, West Ham United. We do it time and time again.
Yeah.
He may be desperate, but you can't afford him the opportunity to get in on goal and put shots in against us because you know how much he can hurt us. And it only takes one, and the floodgates will open.
Yeah, I was kind of loath to say that. I must confess, when I was talking about it in there, I'm thinking, you're just tempting fate here. But we've been doing that all year and sort of managed to stave it off, I guess, to some degree. It hasn't really hurt us. So fingers crossed it doesn't again. And Vardy has another poor game. 26 minutes gone. Just coming up to the 26-minute mark. Pinky, we're still waiting for a West Ham shot at goal. You mentioned there how Leicester were doing a fantastic job in defence, and clearly the Hammers having a bit of trouble trying to break them down today. As we've said from the start, it doesn't help with Bowen leading the line instead of Antonio.
Yeah, but to be fair, we're only in April the 11th. I can remember some seasons when we're waiting till April the 11th for our first shot on goal, let alone any given match. I mean, it's a cagey affair. It's both teams weakened. Both teams know there's huge amounts at stake, and perhaps we called it wrong at the start. It's not going to have 2, 3, or 4 goals in it. This might be the classic one goal decides it.
Yeah.
Or it might just be that once one goal goes in at one end, the opposition then might start playing a bit more football. I mean, I'm not too disappointed with what I'm seeing so far. I think it's a case of it's a relative scratch team we've got, and what do we really expect? And we touched on it earlier. The spine of the team is missing.
Yeah.
And you ask any manager, any coach, they'll say, well, it's very important to have a good, strong, stable spine. There you go. Pick your bones out of that, so to speak. And the positives for me is it's still nil against us, if you get my drift. Leicester City, they've just put up their record away from home. Played 15, won 10, drawn 4, lost once.
Unbelievable.
So you have to say, still to be all square at this stage of proceedings, isn't the worst position to be in, given that sort of record from Leicester. So not too disappointed thus far.
Yeah, I mean, they've had some tremendous results on the road, haven't they, this season? Winning 5-2, of course, at Man City, way back in September, 3-0 at West Brom, beating Arsenal at home, 4-1 win at Leeds, Sheffield United, Tottenham, they won at Tottenham, drew at Palace.
Oh, yes!
We have a goal. We have a goal. The deadlock is finally broken.
Jesse Lingard. I mean, Soufal brought ball on the right, knocked it back, picked his man out beautifully on the edge of the box, and Lingard takes a swing in it. In it goes. Initially, some good work by Arthur down the left flank, puts the cross in. 4-0, didn't get anywhere near it really. Kufo picks it up, and Lingard from fully 18 yards, right foot, bang, in it goes. It looks a bit scruffy, but I don't care. You take it at this stage of the season. Tremendous.
Oh, yeah. I did wonder if it took a deflection, but seeing it, that's a very good finish. He places it round the outside of the defender. Not so sure about the separation there. 2 points about that goal, 2 marvellous pieces of football. One very skillful, the other just simple. Arthur Masuaku just skinned his mark.
Yep.
Left him for completely and utterly dead. Iheanacho's down there. Second yellow card. I didn't see that. I was talking about that. We'll come back to the goal in a second. Let's just see what's happened here. Iheanacho's gone down like a second spuds.
Yeah, it's Cresswell. Cresswell, I think.
Cresswell came through. Kind of a Cresswell-Souček sandwich, I think. There. It's a foul. Again, I want to see some consistency with those. Yeah, booking, I suppose. But yeah, Masuaku's skill to beat his defender there was marvellous. Lovely cross in. Say 4-0 optimistically threw himself at it. But the second bit of brilliant football, Soufal, very easy to just sort of pump that back into the box, but looking up, intelligently picking out Lingard, and then, of course, the finish itself. I'm having that as a good goal.
Yeah, fantastic goal. I'm not so sure I agree with you about the yellow card, though. I think Cresswell took the ball there, and I think that's another poor decision from Mike Dean. But we'll get the opportunity to have a look at that, of course, later. But West Ham,
from Mike Dean, so it's bound to be poor.
West Ham are ahead. Massive game this for the Hammers, and also for Leicester. Third of the game through. Jesse Lingard, Pinky, 6 goals in 8 appearances now? What an impact he's had since arriving in January. And we all knew, of course, he was going to, didn't we?
I mean, and he's just applied some pressure on Kasper Schmeichel there as well, who clears the ball rather panic-stricken for a West Ham throw. But yeah, I mean, what an impact and Lingard's had, and it just shows a bit of pace, a bit of movement up front, and a little bit of finesse, dare I say it. You know, he's made a massive difference. And, you know, David Sullivan, I don't know if he can do private deals with players, but, you know, whatever goes on with Lingard, if ever a player deserved a bit of a bonus, because he has dug David Sullivan out of the deepest hole imaginable with his contribution. He really has, because, you know, you sell your only striker, there's not enough money to buy another striker, and it's like, where are the goals going to come from? You've got Antonio, who tends not to play more than about 20 games a season as your only option. And Lingard stepped forward and has, frankly, saved David Sullivan's bacon. I mean, he really has. Never mind David Moyes. There's been no doubt, if we weren't in this position, it isn't Moyes that's going to get the flack, it's the chairman, and rightly so in my view. Yeah, he's the man whose job it is to provide the money. And Lingard has proved, for whatever we're paying in terms of a loan fee, great value. I mean, just stunning value.
Corner to Leicester, by the way, on our left, their right, after putting in the block, sticking to Tielemans. So you want to hang on just a second. Taken short, and the cross is blocked. And West Ham can now break away. No, they can't. That's a cynical takeout. Yeah, that is a yellow card. I don't think anybody's going to argue with that one. As West Ham went out on the break, it was seeing who, hopefully show it again.
It's the number 21, isn't it?
Yeah. Fornals basically plays it one side of him, and he just hands him off. Nice little body check. Ricardo is the one who's booked. So Dean keeping up his average quite nicely today.
Yeah, I think that's the most the clear cut of the three bookings so far. Anyway, no question. But 3 bookings already in the opening half hour from Mike Dean, who's obviously, you know, back at his best. Hobo also feeling actually that wasn't a foul by Cresswell, saying that it was a clean win of the ball and a stupid booking. But West Ham do lead. It's been a good start, and Rio, we don't want to sort of linger on just one player, because of course, as we know, despite what Lord Griffiths and his various panels came to the conclusion of 14 years ago, it isn't just a one-player team. But Jesse Lingard, by Christ, he's having a fantastic half season, isn't he? And what a finish that was as well. Just touching on it, brilliant.
Absolutely. I mean, it's well documented on these particular broadcasts that I wasn't keen on having him here. I mean, I've never really rated him, couldn't really see what he brought to the party at Manchester United for England. But watching him week in, week out, he just adds that little bit of extra class. He finishes well, he's intelligent, he links play up well, produces a little bit of the unexpected at times, and he's a real asset. And as has been seen in the training ground sequences that have been shown by the club, off the pitch, he gets on well with the rest of the squad. He just adds a little bit of polish that we were lacking in midfield. I'd also like to point out and all that Soufal's part in that goal was absolutely brilliant. He's a very clever drawback. Yes, Jesse did the hard work with the finish, but he's very clever play by Soufal there. But Jesse Lingard's been an absolute revelation since he joined. He's got to be one of the most informed players in Europe at the moment, let alone the Premier League.
Yeah, no question. I just wonder, Gnome, actually saying that, do you think that, you know, the Manchester United are perhaps looking at the situation and sort of wondering why Ole Gunnar Solskjaer wasn't able to get the best out of Lingard and, you know, be in this situation where they've sent him out on loan?
Yeah, I mean, he couldn't get in the team, could he? I mean, cross comes in from deep from Leicester. It's bobbling around the box, but I think Dawson there has just walloped it clear, and it's back on the halfway line. Yeah, I mean, you don't know. I mean, there've been a few sort of rumours of, some personal issues that the player may or may not have had, which will obviously, affect you as you go into work every day. But we don't see what goes on the training ground and how much he puts in there. So there's all sorts of other things sort of behind the scenes on that. But no, he certainly hit the ground running against, I think Villa was his first game. And he's been an absolute revelation ever since. And yeah, the only thing that worries me is that Manchester United might be thinking of trying to use him as the balance for any deal for Declan Rice. There's a few rumours along that nature have been doing the rounds lately as well.
Yeah, that's definitely the case. But I think the club, West Ham, have already come out, and said unequivocally no. That's not an agreement or something where we're willing to enter into. Just looking at his record, Lingard, as Gnome rightly said, they debuted against Aston Villa, 2 goals. I didn't score at Fulham, didn't score against Sheffield United. Gnome, over to you.
Sorry, yeah, Leicester working the ball in our box, and Ian Archo again was able to get the shot in, but it was blocked out for a corner. Just made himself a little bit of room there and blocked out for the corner. Corner will be on Leicester's right, our left. They're not going to mess about the short version this time. It's going to be a long out swinger and swings out towards the penalty box. And I think that's, I'm not sure that was got on the end of it, but they're only able to head it away, and Bowen can bring it away now.
Great break for West Ham.
Yeah, it's a great break. Soufal's bursting into the penalty area. He's looking for help. He pulls the ball back. Soufal just lacked the confidence to go bearing down on goal and take the shot on himself there. He really should have done that there. Instead, he sort of held the ball back, waited for help. And then when he pulled it back, there were a load of Leicester players there. Now, Vardy breaks into the box, but he's stopped there very well by... that's a foul. Soufal got in the tackle, and but just looking now this break,
it's 4-0. You got to watch. He should have put in the 4-0.
Yeah, well, he should have put it over across either now, or then he took another touch and then pulled it back, of course, in the same way as he did for Lingard earlier on. But Leicester had players on him, and it wasn't a good ball either. Even if that ball had been in front of Lingard, it might have been better. But it was a good break. I'm afraid Soufal wasted that one. It was either 4-0 early or bear down on goal yourself. The one thing he shouldn't have done is what he did.
I think a little bit of credit should go to Johnson there as well, because I don't know if you noticed it, but just as he saw Souček lining up to perhaps centre the ball early, he took a step to his left just to cut out that possibility. So a bit of good defending. But yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. The ball should really have gone in first time. But good stuff from the Hammers anyway. And 39 minutes gone. West Ham leading here by 1-0. That goal from Jesse Lingard coming after 29 minutes. Fantastic goal. I was just going through the games he's played for West Ham. Scored against Villa, didn't score against Fulham and Sheffield United. Scored against Tottenham, didn't score against Man City. Goals followed against Leeds and Arsenal. And Wolves, and of course again today. So he scored in his 5 of his last 6 West Ham matches, including the last 4 games. It's 4 goals in 4 games for the Hammers now. Absolutely incredible stuff. And Rio, I mean, you can't really put a price on a striker like that. And people were kind of a little bit critical of David Moyes in midweek for saying, he was asked if he wished he'd bought a striker during January, and he said he chose to get Jesse Lingard instead. Would a striker have scored as many goals or more than Jesse Lingard? I don't think that's the case. Do you?
No, not at all. And you've got to give praise to the manager. He's brought in a player who'd fallen out of favour at Manchester United. Problems off the pitch, allegedly. But very little game time this season and last season, to be honest. And he's absolutely rejuvenating. My fear is that he's playing so well, he's probably priced himself potentially out of move to us. But it's another really good indictment of David Moyes' transfer policy. With very little kind of options in terms of cash available to him, he's making the best of what he can. And Jesse Lingard has been an absolute revelation. So fair play to Moyes again for this one.
Match stats as we rapidly approach half-time, pretty even on the possession front. West Ham 1 shot so far. It's ended up in the back of the net. That's the way to do it. Leicester 4 shots, 2 on target. But I'm just thinking, Pinky, Fabianski's not really had a save to make, has he? A couple of efforts at Iheanacho, and that effort we spoke about earlier from Vardy just pretty much been rolled into his hands, but no save of note to make so far.
No, and I think fairly even game. And I mean, they nearly did it then. Vardy nearly did a trademark in behind the defence run. Didn't quite pull it off, but that's probably going to be the best chance. Fabianski, I wouldn't say he's had nothing to do all afternoon, but there hasn't been a single moment where we've had to go good save or that was close. I think we're well worth our lead at this point, and Schmeichel, I think, has definitely been the busier of the two keepers on the balance of play. No doubt about it.
West Ham United was offside in that little run there. Also went to ground very easily in Vardy-esque style. Threw his hands up looking for the penalty. And I must admit, there was a slight heart in mouth moment as the linesman raised his flag and then realised it was for the offside rather than anything else. So, but yeah, I mean, he does win penalties like that. It has been known to, shall we say.
I should point out that we haven't touched on the forums yet this afternoon. We normally go to the Knees Up Mother Brown forum after a West Ham goal just to see how everyone's reacted. I guess we might as well wait until half-time now, gentlemen, given that we're only a couple of minutes away from the break. Pinky's keeping a close eye, I should say. Pinky, you tell everyone what forum you're keeping an eye on this afternoon.
I'm on Fox's Talk, which is a Leicester City supporters fans forum, and yeah, fairly sensible stuff, actually. Massive criticism of their three players that have been left out today. As a group of supporters, they feel dreadfully let down, given the stage of the season and what's at stake. And maybe a bit harsh on their players, but you kind of understand it. I think if you've had a taste of European football, as Leicester have in recent years, you probably want a bit more of it. And as we've got Bowen now, he's through, plays a great ball, must score, get in, Jesse Lingard. Oh, it's just too easy. It's too easy. If this is a boxing match, the towel's coming in. I mean, heavens above. West Ham, give them a chance. Yeah.
44th minute, West Ham United 2, Leicester City 0, Jesse Lingard 2, Leicester City 0. Rio, Leicester's defence parting like Moses and the Red Sea there. What happened there?
We break a play up for Leicester. Issa Diop picked the ball up from Lucas Fabianski, and they're just checking for offside here.
He's well on though.
They're looking at
Lingard,
Lingard,
look at the line there that miles on, isn't it?
Yeah.
No, they're looking at his arm now just in case, but no, that's still on. That's onside to me. Yeah, and the green light comes up. So well played, Bowen, as well. The temptation of just lob it.
Fantastic ball by Diop.
Yeah,
that 40-50 yard ball forward from Diop. Bowen looked across the line, thankfully, perfectly timed run. And it's just simple. It's the simplest goal we've probably scored all season. Bowen got down the right-hand side, acres of space, Lingard in the middle, all on his own. He pulled it back nicely. Simple tapping, really. Brilliant football, West Ham. When we get to half-time,
dangerous a third could be for us.
I was just going to say, Pinky, for once, I'm kind of hoping that we don't score a third before half-time. But no, brilliant stuff. Sort of out-Leicestering Leicester in a way there with that ball from Diop.
Indeed, it was. And funny enough, it's the sort of thing we did in the game up there at their place.
Gnome's gone on the wonk again, I think. His stream can't
I
handle
remember
the fact
saying
that
we out-Leicestered Leicester up there.
He's back again.
It was, well, look, they're just coming back at us now. We've got 2 minutes of stoppage to endure. Let's just hope we can actually go in and they give the ball away to Bowen. Bowen actually runs into traffic and the ball's coming back now. But that's a decent looking ball. But Fabianski's superb goalkeeping there. Anticipation came right to the edge of the box and cut out what was a very good through ball. I can't remember talking about that, but yeah, Bowen. I mean, obviously, the temptation to just try and lob it over Schmeichel at that point must have been pretty severe. So, Dean's got the yellow out on Fofana. Fofana's gone through the back of Bowen again. Now, I think that's only the second to Bowen's been got a free kick for it. Dean's held his hand up and indicated that's about 4 times Fofana's done him. So quite what happened the other free kicks, we don't know. But free kick to West Ham, just inside the right-hand touchline. This will be the last action of the half, I suspect. Sufo looking for somebody to play it to. Leicester sort of the 10 yards rule is interesting interpretation of yards there, I think. Vardy wins the ball, but there's a bit of a no-nonsense havoc clearance deep into Leicester territory, and Schmeichel will gather, take it back into the box. That whistle should go any second now. Yep, there it goes. Half time, West Ham 2, Leicester 0.
Unbelievable! What an incredible! This is it's like deja vu all over again, Gnome. As once again we pause here at half time to reflect on another incredible West Ham first half performance. 8 goals, Pinky. 8 goals for the Hammers now in the last 3 first halves. But I don't think any of us were expecting that, were we? Really?
No. I mean, okay. I said at the start, with Leicester, any team are going to be disrupted. If you leave out 3 players who would normally be certain starters and all the rest of it. But that's a very good first half from West Ham United. With Fabianski barely troubled at all, and Kasper Schmeichel getting some criticism for the first goal. I think the Leicester supporters feel that he should have done a bit better. I think that's harsh. I think he was unsighted, and I think if they're expecting him to save that, well, perhaps they think it's his dad in goal rather than Kasper. But no, I mean the second goal, brilliantly executed by Bowen and Lingard, and Gareth Southgate, who's watching this now. He might be sat there thinking, well, player that's going to make a difference could just be Jesse Lingard, and poor old Jack Grealish will be sitting at home in the West Midlands going, I could have been a contender, because he's got injured at the wrong time of the season. And Lingard, 7 goals in 9. He's absolutely, or 8 goals in 9 now, I think. He's absolutely on fire, isn't he? So really good from West Ham. Delighted with that. I mean, 2-0 up against a team that's won 10, drawn 4, and lost 1 away from home all season. You'd take it all day long, wouldn't you? Got to be pleased with that.
Absolutely. We absolutely would. And of course, as I think Pinky pointed out earlier in the stream, Leicester have only been beaten once on their travels in the Premier League so far this season. I think the record was 10 wins, 4 draws and 1 defeat, which is absolutely phenomenal. And it looks like, Gnome, they could be, we don't want to count our chickens, but they could be heading to defeat number 2 this afternoon in a massively, massively important match for both sides.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just dealing with messages there. Kind of almost like a sub forum, shall we say. A very good friend of mine, Stephanie, a work colleague who works out of our Leicester office, lives and works in Leicester. We were swapping messages before the match, and she was talking down their chances, and I was pointing out that we had no striker and no Declan, so it may not be as hard as she thought. And the message I just got back was, "Told you, you don't need Antonio or Lingard. Antonio or Rice. You've got Lingard. That's all you need, to be honest." And her comment was that second goal was embarrassing. I mean, Stephanie, much as I love you, I'm not going to argue with you this time. I think it was. We're playing a lot better than I feared we might before kickoff with the. And I guess that may be a function of the fact that we've known since last weekend that we were going to be without Antonio, so you set up to play that way. Now, obviously, last week the wheels came off a bit when Antonio had to go off because, with all due respect to Bowen, he doesn't play in the same way as Antonio. Yeah. He's not the sort of player that holds the ball up. And it's difficult to change the way you play in a game during the game. Now, if you're set up right from the start, you've been training all week to play in a certain manner, then you've got that. It's slightly different. And we haven't been pinging it up towards Bowen and hoping it will stick. We've been playing it a little bit better from the back. Not sort of slowly. It's been short, sharp, quick passing, and of course, then when it's needed to be long, as we saw from Diop for the second goal, then we've played it that way. It's a very good performance from us so far. We just need to, I mean, the other bright spot is what's cost us in recent weeks is letting a goal in before the interval, because that will give a team hope. You know, as they come off the pitch, the last good memory goes to the team who scored last. So it's we haven't got that. They've got their internal issues that we spoke about before the game. So there's also that little bit of cloud over them at the moment. So let's be sensible. Let's just carry on playing exactly the way we've been playing, and let's have another 45 like that, please.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think we're going to come back to that actually, Rio, because we touched on it before the game and during that first half there. The Leicester, the story, of course, that some Leicester players have been suspended or removed from the squad today for breaking or assumedly breaking COVID rules. James Maddison, one of the key players out. Perez and Hamza also missing from the team today. If Leicester lose this game today, they're going to be in some serious trouble, aren't they?
It's going to make a very tough task, a virtually impossible one for them. Their running is pretty horrendous, as we mentioned earlier. But, I mean, just look at their bench today. I mean, we're running about the paucity of our options that we have available. Leicester, looking at their bench there, there's a couple of guys who we never heard of,
Yeah.
So their squad has been depleted a little bit more. I mean, they've got a couple of injuries as well. So they're getting a little bit of the medicine that's been dished out to us. How they can cope with it. And I mean, Hamza and Maddison are the two biggest losses, obviously.
Yeah.
And how long will they be suspended for if the club take disciplinary action? Will the FA step in and take disciplinary action? We just don't know. But it makes their task incredibly, incredibly difficult. They've been so great away from home this season that is this going to affect their confidence as well as anything? It's going to be really, really tough for them to get their heads around it. That three of their key players have let them down. How will that affect the rest of the squad and the atmosphere, the great squad bond that we have? Will that be effective for Leicester? Brendan Rodgers has got a massive job in his hands if what we believe to be true, it does come to fruition.
Yeah, very much so. Big story developing there, and of course it seems to have hit Leicester and to West Ham's good fortune, of course. So we're not complaining here as West Ham lead 2-0 at the break with a Jesse Lingard brace. One player I do want to talk about, Pinky, is a player that, we mentioned him again in the first half, someone we've been quite critical of in recent weeks, all of us. Issa Diop, two key moments in that first half for the central defender there. Iheanacho going through on goal early in the game, and he put in a great challenge on the edge of the box to regain possession and prevent a goal scoring opportunity. And then, of course, as we said, outfoxing or out-Leicestering Leicester with that long ball over the top to Jarrod Bowen, which he played inside for Jesse Lingard to score the second goal. And of course, West Ham have a clean sheet. Much better stuff from the youngster this afternoon.
His best game for us in an awful long time. He's actually played like a player that's worth a few quid today. Playing with a bit more confidence. He's been solid at the back. There's one occasion when he saw off, I think it was Vardy, who was trying to make a bit of a nuisance of himself, and did absolutely the right stuff. Had the presence of mind rather than just knock it out for a throw. Actually played it forward again. We retained possession. He's actually been very good in that opening 45 minutes as Diop, and it helps. If you're solid at the back, you haven't got to win 5-0 every week.
Yeah.
2 or 3 would be enough.
Mm-hmm.
So Diop's been very, very good today. To the point of, were it not for Lingard's brace, Diop would be close to being my man of the match actually thus far. Doing very well indeed. Another player who I think is doing well is, dare I say it, the evergreen Mark Noble. Very sensible distribution today, very tidy on the ball, and again, we can all see he doesn't have the legs. Even my mum, God rest her soul, if she was watching, she could say he's not as fast as the other players, but he's quicker with thought. There was one moment in the first half where we were clearing the ball, and he saw that again Lingard was the out ball, 30 yards further upfield, just on the halfway line. Hits a first-time ball that completely then stretched Leicester City. So it's things like that Noble brings to our play that actually he doesn't often get much credit for. And it was just, because Leicester had been building a little bit of pressure at that point. And just that one thought would say, bang, I'm playing a quick pass, 30 yards forward. And it was a pass. It wasn't a hack up field. It was a pinpoint, within a yard of Jesse Lingard pass over 30 yards. So he's another player that's done well today. Jared Bowen, I'm going to give a little praise for here. The squaring of the ball for Lingard's second. Composure, picking the right option. I'm critical of Said Benrahma frequently for taking the wrong option. And dare I say it, had Benrahma been on the pitch then rather than Bowen, would you have seen the same composure, the same decision making?
Or even not. Antonio, perhaps.
Or even Antonio. Yeah. So, but Antonio would have made up for already having scored 3 or 4 goals. So that's not. But seriously, 2-0 up at home against a team who have built their season on their away performances, is no mean feat. And Brendan Rodgers, I almost feel sorry for the 3 players that he's left out today. Because if this result stays as the current scoreline, how do you repair team morale in that squad? How do you do it? It'd be devastating for the Leicester City players. So, big 45 coming up now for West Ham and Leicester. And dare I say it, for once, I'd happily just take the 2-0. There you go.
We certainly would, especially given what's happened in the last 2 games. The first goal came a minute ahead of the half-hour mark. It all came. Ball started. The move started on the left-hand side. Arthur Masuaku skinned his fullback. A deep cross that evaded everybody. Fell to Vladi Soufal on the far post. Cleverly pulled the ball back for Lingard. What a classy finish it was. And Schmeichel didn't even move, did he?
Yeah, I think the finish, obviously played it first time, hit the ball into the ground slightly, but I'm trying to think who was the not quite sure it was in front of it. It might have been Amati, I think, played on that side. He kind of used him. He kind of shielded the ball from Schmeichel. So by the time Schmeichel actually saw where the ball was, it was actually sort of just it was almost past him. Hence the lack of movement from Schmeichel. Simply didn't see it. Just while I was getting myself sorted out there, so my running late means that I had to suddenly get up and quickly take my old man tablets. And we have to get those down quickly.
I'm excited to watch West Ham win, but it's not that sort of thing. Oh, different tablets. Sorry.
Yeah, different tablets. Yeah.
Not the blue ones.
I'll take your word for that, Pinky, on the grounds I haven't a clue what you're talking about. But we all have needs, and it's good that you're getting help. Inspired by Pele, eh? But anyway.
But the second goal, Gnome, coming a brilliant time for West Ham. We would have been quite happy to go into the break 1-0 up, and then a minute before the end of regulation time, Diop, we touched on him a few moments ago with Pinky. Feels he's had his best game for some considerable time. Long ball down the line to Bowen, and Bowen very cleverly pulled the ball. I mean, we had an opportunity a few moments before that, didn't we, where Soufal didn't lay the ball across. And this time Bowen was a little bit more alert, pulled it across, and Lingard with the easiest goal he's ever going to score in his career to put West Ham 2 up.
Yeah. Just as I was over there getting my tablets, I was listening to what Pinky was saying, and quite rightly, Pinky also commented on how well Bowen's playing. And I think that's a function of the fact, again, what I was saying earlier on, that we know we're going to have Bowen as one of our forward, probably the most forward player we're going to have. He's not really an out-and-out striker, but because we've geared up to playing in a way that suits him, playing the balls down into those channels. And, if you play the way if you're set up to play the way that suits you, you're going to look better, and he does. Looks like the teams are out for the second half, by the way. But yeah, excellent decision making there from Bowen, because the ball was sitting up and bouncing nicely. The temptation to try and lift it over Schmeichel, it must have been almost overwhelming. But you see him just they showed the goal there as he's going along. There's a quick look up, and he knows exactly where Lingard is.
Yeah.
And
great stuff.
Brilliant stuff.
Excellent finish. Oh no, I'm going to jump in there because
substitution.
Okay, quickly, let's do that.
Yeah, we've got Thomas is replacing. Just can't see that. Amati, yeah, the guy who was playing sort of, I guess, left the defence there. Amati, Daniel Amati's off. Luke Thomas is on. So that's a change for Leicester at half time.
Excellent. Okay, good stuff. I was going to say we still haven't had a look at the forums, so we're going to do that very, very quickly. Rio, KUMB.com forum, match thread, West Ham 2, Leicester 0 at half time. What are the Hammers saying?
Absolutely, everyone's ecstatic at the moment. Very professional performance. Simon Hammers put seconds after Vardy tries to con the ref into a penalty. We go up their end and score. An early third in the second half would be sublime. Noble and Fornells have flown under the radar so far, but the shift they are putting in should not be underestimated, and both are having great games. NC Hammer, brilliant display, and we're well on top here. Leicester will come back us in the second half. As long as we don't concede early doors, we can hit them again on the counter. Lingard for a hat-trick, anybody? Sticky, is Lingard the best footballer in the world at the moment? He's running Tevez and Payet close in terms of impact in defining the season. Surely he must be walking away with a match ball today as well. The rest of the team have been superb as well. I've just got another little post from the BBC Sport commentary. Jesse Lingard has never scored more than 8 goals in the Premier League season before. He's hit that already in 9 appearances for us. And Dave Iyer, WCP. That's our normal first half. Can we please not have a normal second half? And I've got to completely agree with Pete. The last couple of games we've played, our second half defending has been nothing short of horrific. And we really need to have addressed that today, because if we can hang on here, we can get a win against this lot, it'd be a massive result in context of our season.
Great stuff. Thank you, Rio. We've just seen the 5th yellow card of the day handed out to Ndidi for going through the back of, I think it was Bowen, was it?
Yeah, a horrible challenge, actually, when you looked at the replay of it. Just came right through the player. No attempt to play the ball up. Just let's kick someone up in the air and let him know I'm there. No complaints for anybody on that one.
No, not at all on that occasion. Ndidi joining Ricardo and Fofana in the book for Leicester. West Ham have had Souček and Cresswell yellow carded so far. Pinky, Fox's talk. I'd imagine they're pretty shell-shocked by what they've seen in the first half there.
I think you can file under the category of we are not amused. Here you go. Here's one. I'm looking at the front door expecting to see Jeremy Beadle to let me know this is a wind-up. Absolutely scathing of their 3 centre-backs as we go forward again. Must score! Get in! Oh, it's West Ham!
Oh, superb!
The whole nation's down in the dumps with the death of Prince Philip and all the rest of it. And you can bank on West Ham United when the whole nation needs a pick-me-up. West Ham United step up to the plate. We did it in '66, and we're doing it in 2021. It's 3-0 West Ham. It's an absolute battering. It's an absolute battering of Leicester City. Ball comes across from Lingard, pulls it back. Souček plays in Bowen. Oh, in it goes. Bang. Have some of that, son. Well played, West Ham.
West Ham United 3, Leicester City 0, and it's taken less than 90 seconds, Gnome, of the second half.
That's a marvellous goal. It's a beautifully worked footballing goal. all started where Arthur, his pass, first time pass down the line was beautiful, and from that point it was we had them on the rack. A marvelously worked goal, and Bowen nearly nicked it off a foot there, and we nearly sort of took it away again. I'm getting nervous now because we're 3-0 up again, Mike.
Yeah, it's that horrible score again.
Yeah, yeah. Can we get a fourth quickly enough now, just to put my mind at rest? But no, I mean, from the start of the second half, the first thing Leicester did was try that ball over the top again towards Vardy, which they haven't been doing, which is, and that's a great interception from Cresswell, but nothing comes out, unfortunately. I did notice that they started off because the first half they were trying to play it a lot more, but I'm guessing that words were had at half time saying, you know what we do, you know how we play this. And very early on was there was a longish ball, which caused a few issues, but we managed to survive. No, not survive, but it got Leicester on the front foot for a minute or so. But they'll be gutted at that. Now, this is worrying because Cresswell's on the floor and he's rubbing the back of his thigh in time-honoured hamstring style, and he's not looking too happy. So I'll have to see what comes up with this. Yeah.
While we're watching that, let me just jump into Rio there. Rio, we've been eulogising about Jesse Lingard's performances in recent weeks, but Jared Bowen, 3 games, 3 goals, great stuff.
Yeah, after the turn of the new year, he had a real downturn in form. There's a rumour of a mystery illness which no one's still got to the bottom of. He kind of alluded to it in midweek on the club social media, but you can't fault the goal against Wolves in the week was absolutely superbly taken. Today, absolutely vital, and he's played his part today. He's been really worked hard, but he's playing a lone Farrow up front. But he's brought his fellow teammates in the game. He's done everything you could expect of him, and the goals just capped it off. It's been a really good performance by Jared, and it's going to boost his confidence no end. Long may it continue. With a threadbare squad, we needed players to step up and be counted, and each and every one of them so far have absolutely done that.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, we're just moving back to Cresswell. He's going off for a bit of treatment. Pinky, we thought initially it might be a hamstring injury, or that's what it seems, landing awkwardly from a header. But it looks like his muscles popping out of his thigh there as he's making his way gingerly over to the sidelines.
That's how fit Aaron Cresswell is. It's like the Incredible Hulk. You know, muscles pop out from here, there, and everywhere. He's our very own Scouse Superman. You know, I mean, who cares? I mean, just get him back on the pitch. No, he's gone down again. He's done. He's done.
He went back on, and yeah, it didn't look a wise move to be going back on, even when he was stood at the side. Yeah, waiting his turn to be summoned back on. Meanwhile, Lingard's. I hope they're not one of your tablets, Pinky. Lingard's just taking. It'd be an interesting goal celebration if it is, if he gets his hat trick. But
yeah, well, it looks like the general is coming on for Cresswell here.
Moves. He was still sort of feeling it in the back of his head. Yeah, Balbuena. So he's looking. He's looking quite tough, Balbuena. There, he's sort of bring it on. He seems up for this. Yeah.
Well, I mean, he was in good form, wasn't he, earlier in the season before getting injured, and played a vital role in some big games.
Yeah. So Diop's been playing on the right hand side so far this game, which isn't his natural position. So I presume he's going to go to the left hand side of the 3. Balbuena slots in the right hand side of the back 3. All positions we could afford to really suffer an injury today. That's the one we could have got away with most of all.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a fair point, but it's Pinky,
some fine play from Bowen. Just
You know, a 3-0 up.
Control, through. Played the ball, got blocked out. Free kick taken quickly.
Must score.
Oh, yes. It is, so wait for a flag or something, but what a celebration. The flag's not gone up.
Is it 4? Is it 4? Diop has the ball in the net. West Ham celebrate. There's no flag. The linesman looks completely nonplussed by it all.
He's off. Well, I think he's off.
I think he might be off. There's a nice little tucked header in at far post. Nobody seemed to want to celebrate on it, but yeah, that looks off to me. Yes. I think he's going to be slightly disappointed.
Diop has the ball in the back of the net.
Confirmation of that. Yeah. I mean, I didn't want to say it looked off, I'll be honest, from when I first saw it, but when the linesman just sort of shook his shoulders and just went, nah. Yeah, he's given it now. So yeah, shame really, but again, no. Bowen's close control there was superb. Got blocked off, won the free kick, and we took it quickly, which we've been known to do. And clever, intelligent play.
Yes. Well, we've sort of sat here, haven't we, in recent matches and sort of bemoaned the fact that the Hammers had fallen asleep after taking a decent lead, Pinky. Yet here we are, 2-0 up at the break, and the ball's in the back of the net twice within the first 9 minutes of the second half.
Yeah, I mean, thus far it's been a faultless performance for West Ham United. You know, and to lose Cresswell as we have at 3-0 up, it's not too devastating. I mean, let's not forget, his main contribution comes from his attacking play, the balls he plays forward to the side. So when you've already got 3 goals on the scoreboard, it's not going to hurt you too much this week. I think, is it Leicester? Is it Newcastle next week?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
You know, let's hope it's no more than 10 days out then, so to speak. But, you know, that is one position where we've at least got some cover in the form of Johnson, maybe to come in. So yeah, it's another body that's gone missing. But I'd rather get an injury at 3-0 up than 0-0. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, definitely. Any concerns about Bowen, or are you quite happy to see him come in and
you don't make it to general if you're bad. You know, you stay at corporal or something like that, don't you? You know, look, you know, it was a £4.5 million signing who's actually done pretty well for us. Bad ball given away there, and timely interception there by Noble just to clear the ball. Arthur brings it down the left flank now, but ultimately, Balbreno has been a decent value for money signing.
Yeah,
he's okay. You know, at the end of the day, for £4.5 million, you ain't getting Bobby Moore, are you? Let's be honest. But you know, Craig Dawson's come in for a lot less, so to speak, and done very well. So it's not always about the fee. Is the player playing with confidence? Is he making howlers week after week? My main concern with Balbrena is I'm surprised he doesn't get carded more often, because every single time he wins a header, it's because he's fouled his opponent. You know, you see it every single time, but you know, he'll come on here now, half an hour. That's all we need from him.
Very much so. And that's pretty much all we've got left. 57 minutes gone. West Ham United 3, Leicester City 0. The Hammers in absolute dreamland. And of course, Pinky, I've got to point it out. You're the only one out of the 4 of us who predicted a West Ham win here this afternoon. So kudos to you again there for that one. We just saw a brilliant challenge by Sucha. I think we've just seen the replay of it, and Noble, Pinky pointed it out. Gnome, a great interception, and Noble's having a decent game again today, isn't he, out there?
Yeah. And what we said before, I mean, you know, if you've got Rice and Souček available, yeah, those two get the thing. You don't really want all 3 of them out there. We'll come back to that as Leicester are on the attack with Vardy, brings in 21 out. What that is. So ball's on the edge of the box here, Nacho plays it out left. Now somebody's gone down in the box. Guessing it's Vardy. Look, he's still just about got up, and the ball's way back on the halfway line. don't quite know what happened there, but I think that might be
Nothing
trying to
happened.
hide something. Yeah.
Nothing.
Yeah.
Ling
It
Rooney
certainly
is
went
having
down
the
like a sack
sniper
of
rifle.
spuds, didn't he? And again, that's another interception by Lingard. He's done that quite a lot. Just gets caught, runs into trouble in the end. But quite apart from the goals, which are obviously in the setups, which are catching the eye from Lingard, the work he's doing, the number, that's 3 or 4 times in the last few minutes that he's just gone and picked up. Let's have a look. Watching Vardy now. Oh dear. Really?
It's dreadful.
You know, some people obviously are born without any sense of shame or embarrassment. You know, Tottenham supporters, for example, but that was just embarrassing, Vardy. It really, really was. And the fact that you went down was bad. The fact you went down and stayed down for so flipping long after that, not having that. Yeah, that's one of those things where there should be the sort of post-match, some sort of post-match sanction, retrospective yellow card for just being a tit, basically.
Second time we've seen him do it, of course, today. There has been a quick change there. Albrighton coming on for Pratt in the 59th minute. Leicester's second change of the match there. But big trouble, the Foxes. 3-0 down. Hour played now. We're 2/3 of the way through the game. Of course, just quickly touching on next week's opponents, Newcastle. They had a very good morale-boosting win up at Turf Moor this afternoon, beating Burnley by 2-1. So hopefully the Mags not hitting a decent run of form at the wrong time for West Ham. But the Hammers, of course, beating everybody at the moment. This is 3 goals again, 3 goals against Arsenal, 3 goals against Wolves, 3 goals here against Leicester this afternoon. The difference, Rio, so far is that we haven't conceded any.
No, I mean, the last 2 games we've seen, and as you say that, we've just done a comedy defending for the moment. Ball coming to us, Fabianski managed to spill it, and Leicester forced a corner. I was just about to say, we haven't had the rather predictable comedy defending, and we just can't do that. To be honest, Leicester really haven't offered a lot in terms of attacking play. We haven't really been tested. Leicester corner comes in. Diop heads. Oh, and shocking effort on goal there by Leicester.
Indeed.
Yeah, they really haven't offered anything in an attacking sense. And with the likes of Jamie Vardy and Inacho, who's been in absolute sterling form, you would have thought they would have worked us non-stop, but they haven't. And the chance they have had, as we've just seen by Ndidi, have been absolutely shocking finishing. Dare I say, I'm borderline confident at the moment. Even we can't throw away 3 goals against these lot, surely.
Steady.
You heard it here first. You heard it here first. That one could be making a highlights video if it all goes wrong, Rio, at the end of the game. Yeah. Surely not even we can lose it from here.
View. If we lose here today, that could be, Rio's done an away.
But anyway, it is all looking good at the moment. 62 minutes, just coming up to 62 minutes gone. West Ham 3, Leicester City 0. The goals coming from Lingard in the 29th minute, from Lingard in the 44th minute, and Jared Bowen in the 48th minute. Diop, of course, had the ball in the back of the net in the 54th minute, but it was ruled out by VAR for a pretty clear offside. But Lingard and Bowen, Gnome, each scoring in the last 3 games for West Ham. Them 2 in hot form at the moment.
Yeah, and long may it continue. I mean, as I say, we've spoken at length about Lingard, but as I mentioned before, because we've set up to play with Bowen from the start, then we're playing his strength. So that ball played down the channels for him to try and run onto somebody. Leicester haven't had much of an answer to him, to be honest. When he's got on the ball, invariably he's ended up being fouled, and sometimes even get a free kick. But so we're just looking at this now. Ball with Arthur, who's regularly unlucky, just tries to play the ball through, but it's just blocked. Leicester can bring the ball away now. Again, longish ball played with Vardy looking, but Dawson's there and gets fouled by Vardy. Vardy gives the linesman a volley of verbals, and Dawson just picks himself up, having cleverly got himself in between the ball and Vardy and just waited for the inevitable foul. Very unintelligent play by Vardy there.
And also looking incredibly frustrated, I think, Vardy, like a player who has only scored one goal since December. But
shame.
They've just shown the live league table on the TV. West Ham, as things stand, of course, there's still another 27 minutes or so to go, plus whatever time is added on by Mike Dean. Just a point behind Leicester. Pinky, as things stand.
Yet another foul, as if to sort of catch up with me and make me look good. Yet another foul on Bowen. This time punished, and free kick to West Ham. About 30 yards out, slightly left of centre. Lingard and Noble hovering over it as Mr. Dean does the paintwork, and Noble runs away. Lingard to take it, curls it in, ball's up there, but Schmeichel gets up and gathers safely, and Leicester can bring it away.
Stays 3-0. Pinky, we were sitting here bemoaning the fact that, remember after we played Arsenal, we felt that was 2 points badly dropped, and we could have been above Leicester today had we won this one, but we'd take this, wouldn't we, a point behind third place as things stand, if it stays this way?
Yeah, you would, but again, it's the frustration of, do you know what, those 2 extra points could really be worth, could be worth something, and as much as I want to go traipsing around Europe and all the rest of it, watching West Ham play, more than anything, I want to see our players finish as high up the league system as they possibly can.
Superb, Arthur.
Think about it, Mark Noble
then gives the ball away.
400th Premier League game today, and this is as far up the league table as he's been in his entire career.
Yeah.
So you hope for the players who've done really well for us over many years, but certainly this season, you'd like them to finish as high up as possible. If that's 4th, it's great. If it's 5th, well, okay, so be it. But I'm just pleased we're scoring goals. There's good team spirit. We're rolling with the punches of a chronic injury record at the minute, and we're getting on with it. Contrast that with Leicester City, where their supporters are now calling for their manager's head. Talk about another Spurs reincarnation somewhere else in the country. You think Villa fans are bad, but heavens above, Leicester fans are getting there quite quickly.
Isn't that, Pinky, isn't that the standard reaction to a defeat by West Ham this season? How many times have we seen it? Even Bielsa, wasn't he, being told to get on his bike by Leeds fans a couple of weeks ago?
You just wonder how many opposition's managers actually, as part of their pre-match talk, say it's only West Ham lads. It's one of those. But we've been good value for our 3 goals today, and because how easy would it have been for those players that have started for us today to look at each other and say, no Antonio, no Rice, no Oggy. They could have all made excuses, all of them. But instead, they've said, you know what, I can play a bit of football as well. And they've gone out and done the business thus far. So long may it continue.
Yeah, very much so. Rio, just touching on expanding on what Pinky was saying there, talking about this West Ham team and how enjoyable they are to watch at the moment. Just a little thing and that I noticed there, but we saw a deep cross that Fabianski plucked out of the sky and went to ground. And in those situations, 3-0 up, comfortably ahead, you might see a goalkeeper just take a couple of rolls on the deck and waste 20, 30 seconds or whatever. Not Fabianski, straight up on his feet and launching the ball out onto the right wing for Souček. Didn't come to nothing, but, that's just a measure of what this West Ham team's about, isn't it?
They're full of confidence. They just want to get on the front foot because they know when we go forwards with the likes of Lingard in our team, we're capable of anything. We can rip sides to bits. I said against Wolves, the first 40 minutes, we looked like Barcelona. The way we attacked, the way we hit on the counter, with pace, with intent, with absolute verve. And, the confidence must be thrown for these players. So, I mean, despite the fact we've got the core of our 3 key players on the bench and not likely to return anytime soon, we're doing absolutely marvellously well. And the rest of the team have come in and they've grasped the game and their opportunity with absolute vigour, and they're doing themselves a lot of credit, and the confidence throughout the whole squad is there to see for everybody.
Yeah, very much so. And I should
Sorry,
just point out that as I said that, Fabianski did exactly the opposite and looked to go early, took the ball down and wasted about 15 seconds. Then, of course, we had a real comedy moment. Gnome, Jamie Vardy, ball hit on the back of the head. Great stuff.
The one time he actually managed to make the run where he was unencumbered by somebody following him, and it was a half decent ball, hit him on the back, and I laughed out loud. Sorry. If only the Germans had a word for Schadenfreude. It was a comedy moment. Yeah, we've had a couple of little cameo moments after the beginning to enjoy himself. When he gets the ball now, he's looking to take people on, and he's done it a couple of times recently. And second time he ended up getting fouled, but he's enjoying himself. And
yeah, he's also given the ball away a couple of times recently, isn't he?
Yeah. There was one bit where he had a lovely turn, beat a player. Then tried to play the ball inside to Lingard, and now Vardy's on that run again. He's on the
Balbuena.
Superb Balbuena. Tried to beat Balbuena, and we actually bring it away nicely now. Some nice football to bring that out of the back there. Oh, now we give it away, and that's annoying. Because we've given a goal away out of nothing. Iheanacho buries a shot from the edge of the box, and it's out of nothing. It was our friend Arthur basically gives the ball away, goes straight to Iheanacho, who's in acres of space on the edge of the box, turns, and Dawson's not quite close enough to get the block in. Annoying.
It is annoying, but it's comes back to what we were saying a few moments ago. Masuaku's just started to give the ball away. It's the third time he's done it in the last couple of minutes and paid the ultimate price there as Iheanacho picks the ball up, whacks one in the back of the net from 20 yards. And Pinky, you said it earlier in the game. It's gonna come down to mistakes. I think it was Pinky who said it. Anyway, it's going to come down to mistakes, goals, and West Ham punished for the first time this afternoon there. And is it squeaky bum time, or is it a bit too late for that? Of course it isn't.
No, I don't think it's squeaky bum time. I mean, ultimately, if you presented me with the ball in that circumstance, I'd back myself to score from there. Seriously. There's not a player on the pitch who's going to miss that, let alone someone like Iheanacho. So it's a bad mistake for Masuaku. But, they all make them from time to time. That is the kind of Ben Rama type trademark mistake, and it's why Masuaku doesn't play as a fullback. It's about where in the pitch you're making mistakes, and if he was 10 yards further upfield and he made the same mistake, it costs us nothing. He was deep enough there where he's played the ball backwards. Cole I think did a very similar one a number of seasons ago, where I think he might have just actually passed the ball to Defoe to score for whoever Defoe was playing for at the time. It happens in football, but I don't think it's going to affect the outcome of this game. I hope not anyway.
West Ham again conceding after launching into a 3-goal lead, Rio. But give you some credit to Iheanacho there. That was a fabulous strike, and Fabianski no chance of getting in the way of that one.
Yeah, superb strike, but he's been in absolutely excellent form the last few weeks, hasn't he? I think it was like 5 in 7 or 7 in 5, something like that. Yeah. So he's going to be buzzing to get a chance like that. But you just don't give him the opportunity. And Arthur's fragility, defensive-wise, has just come to fruition once again. I was about to kind of line up a post-match kind of praise for him, but he can go and shove that up his bum. I'll tell you now.
And Bowen is fouled yet again, having bringing the ball out from the back. Now, that was indeed in. That was a cynical little trip, and he's already had a yellow.
He's lucky he's still on the pitch.
Yeah,
that's another yellow. That's another yellow, and he should be off. You know, it's he's just stuck a leg across to because Bowen's on the break there, and well, I'm saying nothing.
Pinky, cast iron yellow card, that one, surely, and he's got to walk.
Well, they don't walk in this game, but you know, he should have been dispatched, that's for sure. And weak refereeing there from Mike Dean, because that was a nailed-on yellow card. And again, it's Dean there just playing the part of him wanting to be bigger than the game itself. He knows that a man short, Leicester are getting nothing from the game for certain. And he's absolutely bottled that. Nailed on.
Well played, Dawson. Superb defending from Dawson there. Long ball over the top, under pressure from the forward, and did magnificent. There was a bit of a foul, a push on his back, but he still managed to shepherd the ball back to Fabianski.
What do we think about Craig's performance this afternoon, Gnome? Because last couple of weeks he's been off the boil a little bit since I think actually since scoring those two own goals in one game. But it looks to be back to his best, having of course become a permanent hammer this week.
Yeah, Easy's done all right. As I say, I mean, what's Vardy done today? But Leicester on the attack now, and Ian Archo does get the shot in, but it's blocked. It's at the edge of the box now. Little loop ball over the top to that's Pereira, isn't it? Shot from the edge of the box. Superb bit of defending from Noble, who's that's hurt him a bit.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
That's like he's clutching his arm there, or his shoulder, perhaps. Maybe a dislocation or something. Looking at that,
that is a fantastic block. I don't know, his arm or his rib cage, I think, but he's in a bit of trouble here, and that was a superb block.
I think it looks to me like he's pulled his arm right back out of its joint, almost like the frozen shoulder kind of injury. But for anyone who's had one of those and has done that before, that's painful. That hurts. But Noble receiving a bit of treatment. Leicester do have a corner. West Ham United lead 3-1. Well, we've got a bit of a break. Let's have a quick look at the match stats so far. What we didn't point out at halftime was our expected goals stat, which, of course, everyone on the team is so fond of, especially Gnome, as you will be aware if you've been watching us in recent weeks and months. The halftime XG, interestingly, for West Ham was 0.36, Leicester 0.14, yet West Ham led 2-0 at the break. As things stand, possession-wise, West Ham 41% to Leicester's 59%. West Ham 4 shots, 4 on target. Cracking stuff. Leicester 7 shots, 3 on target. David Moyes is about to make another substitution, Rio, and it looks like Said Benrahma is coming on the pitch.
Yeah, this one doesn't fill me a lot of hope, to be honest. You all know Said's a quality player on the ball, but he's often wasteful in possession. And him and Arthur together, defending the 3-1 lead with 15 minutes to go, after the 2 weeks we've had, my heart rate could go through the roof. So if you see me suddenly go purple and collapse, you know why.
Well, the good news is Mark seems to be up, but I'm not sure. He doesn't look very happy about it, Pinky, as things stand.
No, he's in considerable discomfort, I think it's fair to say. And I think his race is run today. I can't see him going back on. Benrahma's stripped and ready, just in case. But I think Mark's main concern, I think he was due on the first tee tomorrow afternoon at 2:00. And I think he can say goodbye to that comfortably somehow. Yeah, great news there by Soufal. Well done. Just cut the ball out in the dangerous area. Yeah, I mean, we're still looking fairly solid here. Quite happy with all this. Although, there you go. Good old Sky. Let's drag up a stat to make it look like it's going to be a more exciting finish than it really is going to be. And Leicester score a lot of goals after the 75th minute, apparently. Well, not today, they're not.
Let's hope that's the case. We're getting towards the final stages of the game. Nearly 78 minutes gone. West Ham leading by 3-1. Still a little bit of nervousness amongst the ranks, Rio, given what's happened in the last couple of weeks from West Ham. But we're looking good anyway.
Oh, yeah, but just we're seeing a little few errors creep in and a bit of sloppy play from our defensive midfield, which isn't helping the cause. isn't helping the heart rate of London. I really think that with the NHS absolutely stretched the limit because of COVID, we could well do without West Ham adding the extra stress, the demand for blood pressure pills add to the mix. We really don't need it. Please, West Ham, come on, we can't do this every week.
By the way, guys.
Sorry, no, coming again?
No, back on, by the way.
Okay.
I'm watching him now. He's moving all right.
Clearly, not sure that arm's moving particularly freely, though.
Yeah, I don't expect him to see him doing any old lung busting runs from box to box anytime soon. But he is moving, though. He is running. I think it's just it's a bit sore, but he'll be all right, I think.
Yeah, you get the feeling Mark, especially at this time of his career, is the sort of player who'd run through a brick wall for West Ham United.
Having said that, he just lovely interception. Oh, was that handball? No, perhaps not. Lovely interception. He tried to play the ball over. Now they're playing the ball over top for Vardy again, left-hand side of the box. Gets a cross in. Fabianski, it's a hand strip. Arthur heads clear, and it's back on the edge of the box. Leicester are trying to give it a go, but oh no!
Oh, great save!
Great save
by Fabianski. I mean, that was a certain goal. I mean, Leicester had to score there, and Fabianski's pulled a rabbit out the hat. Absolutely well played, Lucas Fabianski.
Too easy to give a penalty away from that. And Fabianski comes in, another ball played in, and now he will go to the ground and eat up a few seconds.
Fantastic keeping.
Brilliant stuff. We said earlier in the game, didn't we, that Lucas Fabianski hadn't had a save of any real note to make, but that is top class.
That is world-class goalkeeping.
From the pole there.
How many times do you see goalkeepers give away penalties from that situation? Got the hand onto the ball, played it onto the player who couldn't control it, and I think Soufal was there to mop up. Excellent stuff.
We are into the final 10 minutes of the game. West Ham United lead by 3 goals to 1. I've just got to say there has been a statement from Leicester City on the players who purportedly broke COVID regulations this afternoon. Brendan Rodgers axed James Maddison, Iosi Perez and Hamza Chowdhury for this afternoon's match. And Leicester have released a statement which says, we wholly expect our people to behave in a way that reflects the national effort, adding that they are extremely disappointed in the trio for going out when they should have been at home. And of course, they've been axed this afternoon. And Leicester, Brendan Rodgers' side, are 3-1 down, Pinky. We're just seeing another change, actually. It looks like Glenn Johnson, who's coming on the pitch for Noble, whose race is finally run. Pinky.
Yeah, I mean, Noble's done the good professional thing there. He's tried to play on with what's clearly quite a serious injury for him. And unfortunately, he's not able to see us out for the full 90. But we've got 7-8 minutes left. We're bringing on young Ben Johnson, who's now getting some decent pitch time. I think if you keep him going 10 minutes here, 10 minutes there, just to build his confidence. But I'd rather we're bringing Johnson on at 3-1 up than a goal down. Let's put it that way. And but very good this afternoon from the captain, Mark Noble. A lot of supporters have been saying, dare I say it, less than complimentary things about a player who served us well. But in what was today his 400th Premier League appearance, Noble has been very, very good indeed today. And it's just a shame he's gone off injured. The worry for David Moyes now is we're now staring down the barrel of Antonio, Rice, Ogbonna, Noble, Cresswell. That's half your first team missing. It's a big ask next week. Never mind hanging on today. It's next week. Steve Bruce must be looking at this going, there is a God and he is a Geordie, because half your first team missing. That's got to give Newcastle a boost.
Yeah, of course, Newcastle already had a major boost this afternoon with that 2-1 win against Burnley at Turf Moor, a win that will do much for their confidence ahead of next week's meeting. Of course, when they go into the game looking to secure all 6 points against West Ham this season, having started the campaign with that 2-0 win at the London Olympic Stadium, which we all kind of thought would, be the start of another poor season for West Ham. But of course, it didn't turn out that way at all. 83 minutes gone. West Ham United leading 3-1. Gnome, as Pinky says, those injuries beginning to pile up for David Moyes now, and it is beginning to look a little bit worrying.
Leicester are obviously now we're getting into the 80s, and it's lovely. That's Fornals takes the ball down the line, manages to force a throw in, or rather he doesn't, he gives the throw in away. Benrahma's getting ready to come on, like he was going to come on earlier on when Noble picked up his knock. So Bowen, who's had a fine game today, I think is coming off. Earned a bit of a break. Caused Leicester all sorts of problems. The only answer they had was to foul him. Possibly the most fouled player on the pitch today. It would not surprise me if that were the case. If somebody wanted to look up some sort of meaningful statistic rather than the expected shoelaces, whatever it was. Those injuries are all beginning to. We've been lucky really this season. Benrahma gives the ball away in a bad position
with his first touch.
Leicester come forward again. We're, as I say, we're getting into sort of Hail Mary territory for Leicester, who get the ball into the box, but that's Souček was alive to it, and West Ham can clear their lines.
One player we haven't touched upon much this afternoon, Gnome. We've spoken about most other players, but we haven't given any credit or praise to Pablo Fornals. You mentioned him there. Great bit of skill on the left-hand side, took the ball away, but what a fabulous game he's had. Absolutely worked like a Trojan this afternoon.
He's done the donkey work today.
Brilliant.
It's been one of those ones where he's cross comes in, but Fabianski will take that despite Dawson trying to make things difficult for him in the absence of any Leicester players in the vicinity.
Fancied another goal there, didn't he, Dawson?
Yeah. But both players creasing themselves laughing at the fact that the only challenge came in from Dawson there. And West Ham clear. Fornals has done a lot of the donkey work. It's one of those ones where you kind of see him do something, you think he was done well there, and then you forget about him because it's not been the sort of spectacular goal scoring or anything like that. So throw to West Ham there as the game now. We're getting to our last 4 minutes now. Just hope we can. It'd be nice to see Lingard somehow get the last touch and put that in the back of the net just to round off. I think Antonio's probably our last hat trick. Again, they're playing long for Vardy, but it's far too long. And Fabianski comes to the edge of his own box, picks it up nicely as Fabianski waves in acknowledgement, because that's the sort of thing he's been after but not getting all day.
86.5 minutes gone. We're nearly there. So close. Rio has been very, very quiet since predicting about 25 minutes ago that West Ham were going to go on to complete a third win in succession, having scored 3 goals. But Rio, I think we're nearly there, buddy, aren't we? We're nearly there. So close.
I'm still not confident at the moment. We've got 3 minutes normal time to go. We just can't get the ball up forward, and he can't get the stick up there. It's coming back time and time again. It's doing nothing for my nerves whatsoever. And Albright just skipped into the box. Arthur's trying to muscle him down, but I think it's gone for a corner. Yeah, I mean, every time we get the ball and clear it, it just comes flying back at us. And we've done right with it, but it's just scary. And we've all seen the last 2 games. 2 or 3 games, what's happened, And it's just not easy to deal with. Despite the comfort of a 2-goal lead with 3 minutes to go, I'm still nervy. I've seen this far too often from us,
Yeah,
Arthur actually was a bit clever there. He kicked the ball off Albrighton, didn't he? So it's a goal kick rather than a corner. It did look like a corner from one angle, but very clever.
Let's also give credit where it's due to the match officials there on that occasion for giving the right decision, I suppose.
Yeah,
when they could quite easily given a corner.
Happens once in a while, I suppose. Yeah.
88 minutes gone.
Yeah. Sky have given the man of the match award to Bowen, by the way, in case anybody wasn't watching that.
What do you make of that? Do you agree with that, or do you think Jesse Lingard is going to feel a little bit aggrieved at that decision?
I can see why. I think he's had a fine game. I don't think Leicester have had any answer to him whatsoever, other than to bundle him over. As I say, I'm sure somebody does keep that stat, but I know they do because they always keep telling us Grealish was always the most fouled player in the league, but. Certainly today, I think Bowen's been caused them all sorts of problems, and I can understand why they've given him that. Yeah,
good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah, you are down with that one, Rio? You think that's a fair shout for Jarrod Bowen?
I think Lingard will be a bit aggrieved, but Jarrod has come in. He's done a role which everyone was expecting us to be kind of cave on. When Antonio's out the rest of the season, everyone thinks that's our season over. He's come in. Done the job he needed to do. He's worked incredibly hard as well. Lovely little goal. You know, what more can you ask from a player? Done exactly what's required from him today when we most need it.
Yeah, very true. It's
corner.
As we said, 3 goals in 3 games for Bowen, same as Lingard. Leicester have a corner, Gnome.
Yeah, cleared at the towards the front post. Comes back out to Albrighton, who's looked a bit tricky since he's come on of late, but ball's up in the air. Need to be a bit cleverer with the clearances. Arthur's on there now and plays it down the line long. 4 nails into Ben Rama, who does well to get out of traffic there and then gives the ball away, unfortunately. See what he was trying to do, trying to play in Lingard inside the fullback, or inside the defender, but didn't quite put enough on it. Played himself into trouble, got out of it, and then so Leicester come back. We're now in stoppage time. There are 6 minutes of stoppage time to play. There's a
3-2.
3-2.
Oh dear.
We're doing it again, aren't we?
Here we go again. I was just going to say, Pinky, where did they get those 6 minutes from?
Well, I mean, 5 subs in the second half, something like that. You know, there's 2.5 minutes of it. The Noble injury, you know, you can just about see it. But, you know.
Noble's injury. Cresswell was down for quite some time as well.
Yeah.
Here we go again, gentlemen. Here we go again. Strap yourselves in. It's going to be a bumpy ride. West Ham United 3, Leicester 2, Rio.
Yeah. I think David Moyes' reaction to that goal going in really matched what I was feeling. He looked absolutely fuming. He looked as nervous as I do. You know, it's just beyond belief, isn't it? How can we keep on doing this game after game after game? A 3-0 lead is never enough for us. We need at least 4 or 5, and it's not sustainable.
Masuaku's been booked for taking a little bit too long over the throw-in, so that 6 will become 12. No, indeed. Now, we've got to actually, Leicester have now got to put the wind behind their sails a little bit, and we've got to be working here. As they're coming forward now. And Arthur gets the tackle in and throw into Leicester.
And he's just touched his hamstring there a bit, Arthur. That's
oh, good. It's hamstring contagious because it seems to be going through our squad like a dose of salts, isn't it?
Yeah. Did we see who scored that Leicester goal, gentlemen?
Iheanacho again.
It wasn't Iheanacho again. Okay, thank you. He's we talked about Jesse Lingard and Jarrod Bowen being banging form. So is Iheanacho with his 6th or 7th goal in the last 7 games, whatever it is, 8 games now. So it's going to be a barnstorming last 4 or 5 minutes here, chaps. West Ham 3, Leicester 2. Rio's already said we're going to hang on. Didn't say anything for the next 20 minutes. We thought we were going to be safe. Now we're back in squeaky bum territory. And, they do put us through the mill, don't they, Pinky? Every week lately, every single week.
Yeah, but do you know what? we wouldn't have it any other way, would we? You know, not be
I would.
funny. If you want to see your team win 3-0 every week, you'll go and support Man City. You know, and this is why we all love West Ham. Yeah, this is how we became and were for
Leicester.
years. Everyone's favourite.
Michael's up in the corner, by the way. Oh, bobbles around. It's the edge of the box. Hoof it. It's hoofed, launched long now out towards. It's going out for a throw in, deep in Leicester territory on the halfway line. Really, actually, say Leicester territory halfway line. Schmeichel came up for that corner, which we survived.
I should point out, I've just deployed the auto chicken wire across the front of the telly option on my flat screen telly at home. So the beer can cannot go through the TV.
The cat's done a runner.
Absolutely. The cat went 20 minutes ago, I can assure you of
that. We are deep into added on time, but not quite deep enough for West Ham. David Moyes urging the team forward, saying, come on, there's only a couple of minutes to go. Gnome, this is a huge 2 minutes in West Ham's season, this. Hang on, and we're a point behind Leicester. Concede again, and, it's going to feel like the worst defeat ever.
Yeah. Balls with Schmeichel. We need to be keeping the ball up this end, really. But we've lost the ball there and everybody's retreated, and which kind of invites Leicester on. 90 seconds or so, less than 90 seconds to go now. As I say, I have no idea what my heart rate is at the moment, but it's probably not something that is healthy for somebody with my various medical conditions. Arthur does well, though, wins a throw into West Ham in West Ham territory. So we're down to the last minute and 5 seconds. And plus a little bit more, because obviously there was a booking for taking the time there. So this will probably go to 97 minutes, I'd have thought.
Moyes telling his players, you can see it there. 1 minute, that's all you've got left. Come on, hold on, boys. Oh, this is tough. This is a tough watch, Pinky. Hard to watch, this one.
Yeah, I mean, the papers will describe it as a however many goal thriller.
Get up. Oh, it's being scrambled around in the box there, and Brighton gets another attempted cross in, and again Johnson puts that in. There were players sort of going to the floor like flies. We're in the last 7 seconds. Schmeichel comes up again for this corner on the Leicester right, our left, and we've got to see this out. Brighton takes the corner.
I'm saying it. West Ham goal on the break, 4-2.
No, it's chipped out. It's headed wide. Whew. And just having a look now, the cross came across. It was headed out by Bowen, across back in, and they really, really ought to have got something out of that one. I think it was Iheanacho again. And the final
never in doubt. Never in doubt. Yeah, comfortable West Ham United win. Yeah,
Rio, I don't care if it's your ruddy wedding anniversary, mate. If you ever say we're not going to let in 3 to this lot again, I'm coming round there to give you a kicking.
Oh my days!
Cheers.
Shall we all just take a pause for a second there? The final whistle has blown at the London Olympic Stadium. They've done it to us again. West Ham United 3, leading 3-0. Never going to be that easy, was it? It's finally, the final score is West Ham United 3, Leicester City 2. The Hammers opening the scoring in the 29th minute. Jesse Lingard, once again, scoring his 6th goal in 8 games. A fantastic finish from Vladimir Soufal, pull back to the edge of the area where Lingard was waiting to pounce, and he curled one into the net. Schmeichel one moved as the ball found the back of the net. So 1 minute before the halftime break, Lingard once again. Issa Diop with a fantastic long ball to Jared Bowen, who squared the ball for Lingard. to put the ball into an empty net. West Ham cruising at 2-0 at half-time. It was 3-0 just 3 minutes after the break when Jarrod Bowen scored his third goal in 3 games. Lingard once again involved, putting the ball inside to Thomas Souček. A short pass to Bowen, who just tapped the ball into the net to make it 3-0. Great credit to Arthur Masuaku for winning the ball 35 yards from goal, setting up the chance. West Ham thought they were 4-0 up in the 54th minute when Lingard, once again, cross found Issa Diop at the far post, who nodded it back across into the net, but VAR ruled it out for offside. And then, of course, it all went south for West Ham. Iheanacho, 20 minutes to go, pulling one back, making it 3-1 with a wonderful shot from the edge of the box that left Fabianski clutching at air. I think it was Masuaku who conceded possession for this second or third time in the space of a couple of minutes. The Hammers punished. And then in the first minute of added on time, 6 minutes added on, Iheanacho again scored. The ball played in from the right-hand side all the way across goal, and Iheanacho scoring at the far post to put West Ham in that position again. 3-0 up against Arsenal, conceded 3 to draw 3-3. 3-0 up at Wolves, conceded 2 to win 3-2. 3-0 up here again at Leicester. Who would have thought that? I wonder what the odds on that were. Leicester scoring twice, but not enough. West Ham back to 4th in the Premier League. 1 point behind third place, Leicester. Oh, Gnome, over to you. What do you make of that?
I need some holiday, I think, after that. I think the problem we have sometimes is that we tend to every time we go 3 up, but it is happening every week. We go 3 up, and we do tend to sort of sit back a little bit on our laurels, rest on our laurels a little bit. And there's got to be some sort of balance between going all guns blazing and leaving ourselves loose at the back, trying to get 5 or 6, and sort of seeing out the game. There's got to be some middle ground between it. But here's a thought. Leicester in the FA Cup semi-final next week. We beat Newcastle. That would put us 3rd, wouldn't it?
Well, yes, I guess it will. We play on Saturday, don't we, next week, I think?
Yeah. So, I mean, all right, Leicester will end up with a game in hand, but 3rd in the league. There's a thought. But no, some fine performances through the team. Fabianski's going to be annoyed at letting in 2 goals that he had no chance with, really, considering he did put in some fine saves. Bowen got the Sky Man the match award. Lingard obviously played well. Good, hard-working, sort of under the cover type performance from Fornals. Not eye-catching, but a good performance nevertheless. I just wish they'd stop doing this to me. I'm getting too old for this.
Brilliant. Pinky, they've done it to us again. 3-0 up, cruising. We should have known better, shouldn't we?
No, I wouldn't want it any other way. I mean, who needs dull 3-0 wins? Let's be honest, we're all sat there at the edge of our seats, with in the 95th minute. That's what you want as a football supporter. It's the entertainment business, it's about excitement, it's about thrills. Yeah. And dare I say it, that's as gutsy a performance from West Ham United that we've seen today as I can recall in many a long year, because how easy would it have been for every single one of those players today to look for excuses, for the manager to look for excuses, to trot out all the usual stuff about with bare bones, of running out of players, all the rest of it. Yeah. And even during the game, you lose your captain to injury, you lose your fullback to injury. You're playing Bowen out of position because he's replaced Antonio, who's been playing out of position all season. But we've hung on. We race into the lead, we hang on, and you know what? That says an awful lot about this West Ham United team in terms of spirit, morale. Because players who are playing for each other put that sort of performance in. Players that don't give a toss, frankly, would have conceded the third goal. And fabulous stuff from West Ham today. You know, I mean, I'll even forgive Ben Rama surrendering possession with his first touch when he came on, because ultimately it didn't matter. It didn't matter. 3-2 against a Leicester City team until today, 1-10, drawn 4, lost 1 away from home all season.
Yep.
So there we are with a weakened team at the start, a much weaker team by the end, and we hang on to take all 3 points. Fabulous. You know, I mean, you know, David Sullivan must be laughing his head off. He'll be sitting in his little bedsit over in Epping or wherever he lives, and he'll be going absolutely doolally because he's thinking, I've slashed the wage bill. I've shifted some players that no one really wants. You know, I've spent the next to nothing. And I haven't even had to listen to supporters in the stadium booing the director's box for a year. Yeah, he must be thinking this is dreamland, because somehow on a manager on his second time around, a manager who was badly treated by West Ham United. You know, let's not muck around here. He was appallingly treated by David Sullivan the first time around. And, you know, he's actually said, you know what? I'll come back to you. I'll take the job. And what a job he's done. Because if you look at points since the turn of the year, I think we're in the top 2 or 3 clubs in the country. Fabulous stuff from West Ham. I mean, I can't praise our team highly enough today. That was a really gutsy performance today.
Yeah,
really gutsy, and very, very proud of West Ham United today.
Excellent. Well said, Pinky. Well said. Brio, we should have listened to you half hour ago, mate, shouldn't we? When you said, you know, nothing to worry about here.
No, you shouldn't listen to me because I've been absolutely pooing myself the last 20 minutes. That is just horrific. The way we defend when we go 3 goals up is just absolutely horrific. The only thing I can think of, we all know that the relationship between our chairman and our support isn't great, you know. Are the players getting on board? Because we all know that our chairman's got a history of heart trouble. Are the players trying to force a change of management and in terms of our board by forcing our dear old chairman into an early retirement, shall we say? Because I'm 48.
You look older.
Yeah, I do. I feel it. I'm not surprised watching that every week. But my heart rate has gone absolutely mental the last 3 games. My son today has been keeping a record of his heart rate because it hit 140 for the defender at the end of the Wolves game. He's nearly hit that again today, and he's 21 and as fit as a fiddle. You know, West Ham cannot keep on doing this to not only by the older supporters but the younger ones too. It's just terrifying. It's absolutely terrifying. There's a lot to take out of that game. Mostly blood pressure pills. It's just
prescriptions. Amazing. Do you know what? I've got to say this. After all these years, I feel a bit like a kid again. Watching West Ham United the last 2 or 3 weeks, you know, it's kind of it probably, as you said there, it probably hasn't done much for the heart or anything like that. But up here, I feel like a kid watching this football team again. You know, it's just so thoroughly enjoyable. Whatever happens now, whether we finish 3rd, 7th, 8th, it has been an absolutely incredible season. Just so fun to watch. And in one sense, I'm kind of sad that we haven't had the opportunity to watch it live. But from another perspective, I'm kind of glad that, you know, we've managed to chronicle it all in these videos. And one day when we sit down and make a video of the whole season and, you know, our reactions to the goals and the final whistles and the missed chances and stuff, it's going to be an incredibly awesome video. But coming back to what the club have achieved this year under David Moyes, Gnome, I do believe that that win, which takes West Ham a place up in the table, means we're only 5 points behind Manchester United now in 2nd place. Should we be setting our sights a little bit higher?
I still think we should do what I've said we should be doing all season. Ignore the league position. Have a few days taking the mickey out of Tottenham below us, then turn the league table off, go and play the next game. Each game as it comes. I've just got Lingard on the box. We're going to have to wait a little bit for managers, I think, because the main channels have gone over to some game involving a team a lot further down the table than we are. But we've got Lingard on. I'll just give you a few quotes here.
Okay.
And straight from the "Are you sure, Sherlock?" School of comments. We almost made a mess of it at the end. It's been like that for the last 3 games. We're still learning. We take the positives and negatives out of the game. We can always start really good and on the front foot. Me, I'm picking up good positions where the ball is falling. It's a bit of confidence, a bit of instinct, knowing players and where the right and left back, where the right and left back are going to put it. It's great. We've got something to fight for. Games are like cup finals. We grind out the wins and take the points home. The lads battle on. There's a big belief in the team. We take each game as it comes, and as my thing scrolls down, we take each game as it comes, step by step for top 4. It would be a brilliant achievement, first time in West Ham's history in the Champions League. So that's Lingard. I'll keep an eye open for the for Mr. Moyes if and when he comes on. As I say, it's the main channels that you'd normally expect to be doing the interviews are covering the next game. There's not an awful lot of time between games at the moment.
No worries.
Yeah.
Okay, no problem. Yeah. I'll tell you what we'll do while we're waiting for those, Gnome. Let's just reflect quickly on what took place. Let's have a quick look back at the 5 goals that were scored this afternoon. Pinky, I'll come to you for the first one. 29 minutes on the clock. Arthur Masuaku skins his man on the left-hand side, puts a deep cross in that evades everybody, falls to Sufo at the far post, pulls it back to Jesse Lingard, and you can take up the story from there. What an incredible finish.
Yeah, and absolutely. And first time I've seen, I described it as a bit scruffy. When they showed the replay at half time, I thought, well, if that's scruffy, you know what I mean? It was a glorious finish. I mean, he's pulled the trigger first time, timed it beautifully. You know, I think I think Schmeichel was a touch unsighted for a while because he didn't move, but just to have the confidence. Yeah, you're on the edge of the penalty area, and yeah, I'll have a pop. You know, and how many times over the years have we been crying out for play? You know, just have a shot, kind of thing. You know, I mean, there are certain managers in the not too distant past that probably fine him for that. You know, hadn't he scored? You know, so Lingard, you know, he's there. He's full of confidence. Pulls the trigger, bang, in it goes, and just the surge in confidence in the team then, you know, because it had been a bit cagey up to that point. But suddenly we're looking at going, yeah, we can get something here. And how often do I make the point? If you want to advance up the league table, you've got to beat the teams above you. Yeah, that is a cast iron rule of league football. Yeah, and we've done it today, and that was the goal that set us on our way. So great strike by Jesse.
It certainly was. And then the second goal came, Gnome, a minute before the half-time break. Jesse Lingard, once again, it was pretty direct stuff. We said at the time that West Ham essentially out-Leicestered Leicester. Issa Diop picked up the ball on the edge of the books, sent a long ball down the right flank to Jarrod Bowen. And once again, you can pick up the story from there, if you will.
Yeah, the long ball played. Bowen had kept himself onside. He looked a lot more onside than the VAR grid lines seem to suggest. But then, you know, they're taking sort of bits to his armpit or something or other. But nobody stayed onside. Schmeichel came out to greet him. Had 2 options at that point. One was that the ball had sat up nicely, which would have enabled the lob into an empty net. Or the square ball to Lingard. He opted for the square ball to Lingard, and you know, Lingard tapped in from the edge of the box, completely empty goal. yeah, good work from Bowen again. It was the right decision. Although I've no doubt he could have put the lob in, but Lingard won't have an easier goal to score in his career. And yeah, it was a case of the sort of goal that Leicester might score time and time again, catching people cold with a high line on the halfway line, and they were looking at each other and the linesman sort of.
Tough luck. So 2-0 it was to West Ham at the break. The Hammers looking good again. 8 goals in the last 3 first halves. Jesse Lingard, of course, as we said, at the centre of that. And then 3 minutes after the restart, Rio, Jesse Lingard once again involved. Arthur Masuaku it was who won the ball about 35, 40 yards from Leicester's goal, played the ball to Lingard on the left-hand side. He pulled the ball inside the box to Souček, and you can take out from there, buddy.
Yeah, no, excellent work all round, really. Souček fed it into Bowen, who kind of slipped it in and fired home from about 8 yards out. But it was just a marvellous team effort again. And we just... Going forward today wasn't the issue. We all saw what happened once the slack pass enabled Leicester to get on the front foot a little bit and fire home the first. But yeah, each goal we scored today was really, really well worked and a great team effort again, And as I said during the game, the players who have had to kind of step up to the mark and take the mantle from some of the more leading lights and more kind of, essential players we have, they've all come and done a marvellous job. And Jarrod Bowen capped off a fine performance with a really neat finish from inside the box to make it 3-0 and seemingly a comfortable victory.
It seemingly was, but of course we all knew differently, having watched the last 2 games against Arsenal and against Wolves, and 70 minutes gone pinky. And Arthur Masuaku, he'd done it a couple of times, hadn't he, before that? Gave the ball away cheaply, 30 yards from goal. And the ball slammed home in the end by a player who is in equally hot form, as much as Bowen and Lingard have been for West Ham. Iheanacho scoring to make it 3-1.
Yeah, and here I'll actually, an individual error from Masuaku, no question about it. He's just given the ball away. I mean, I said in commentary, I've seen Carlton Cole do that in a game where literally passed the ball to the feet of Jermaine Defoe, who scored a goal in broadly similar circumstances when we played at our proper ground. But it happens. But it's why you can't have Masuaku playing as a proper fullback. That's why the manager picks him further up the field normally, because he'd normally make the mistakes further upfield. Generally, I would just make the point though about, I will credit Brendan Rodgers a little bit here, because when Aaron Cresswell went off, he made absolutely certain that every single Leicester attack pumped down towards Mark Albrighton down that flank, and they absolutely exploited it. So he had the player to exploit our weakness. He didn't miss the opportunity. But on that particular goal, it's an error from Masuaku. And it just goes to show goals change games, because up to then Leicester looked like doing nothing. But you gift a player who's in good form a good shooting opportunity from not that far out, he ain't missing.
No, it was a terrific finish, and then of course we gave him another opportunity. Gnome a little bit closer to goal. It was in the first minute of 6 added on at the end of the game. We thought the Hammers had just about done enough to that point, and then I think it might have been Albrighton again, Pinky, actually, who the ball came in from West Ham's left. As you said, Albrighton had a really good game since he came on. Probably that's Leicester's best player on the afternoon when he summed things up. But Gnome, the ball played deep to the far post, and Iheanacho in to stab it home, and leave us all crossing everything in desperation for the last few minutes.
Yeah, as Pinky quite rightly pointed out, when Cresswell went off, pretty much every sort of threat came down that side. I mean, it was a cross. It got in between Bowen and Dawson. If Iheanacho first to react. Of course, it's worth ruminating on the fact that and you're going to say, oh, here he goes again. But really, we ought to have been playing against 10 players at this point.
Yeah.
And, you know, there's a decision that really did affect the game. You know, if we've got 11 against 10 at this point, then I think we'd see out the game a lot more comfortably than we actually did. But that's all I'll say on that. And you lot can pick that one up. But it's something that really was a very, very poor piece of refereeing and did affect the game. I'll leave it there. But yeah,
well, we will come back to that in a moment, because I think it was a very important point in the game. But it was nervous times again for us Hammers, wasn't it, for the last 3 or 4 minutes? Consequently,
3-2, and of course they've just announced this 6 minutes. Now, I don't know the psychology. There are people who can work this out, but you know, if it had been 4 minutes, and I know there's 2 minutes there, but 4 minutes, I don't think they get that first goal in stoppage time, because 4 minutes is almost kind of standard. When you get to 5 and 6, you think, oh, that's ages, and you know, you suddenly get a bit of a boost from the length of time that's left. I guess it's the same sort of maths that sees everything priced at £4.99 instead of a fiver. You know, you've got that sort of psychology. It doesn't seem quite So they got the double boost by the announcement that there was 6 minutes, and I don't think that was particularly an unfair 6 minutes. I think the injury to Cresswell did take quite some time, and similarly with Noble, clearly he was in a lot of pain, and those probably themselves, between those two, probably took 4. And then you had obviously the associated substitutions for both sides. So 6 was probably about right. But you know, it suddenly becomes very, very difficult. And it's all very well Pinky saying, yeah, I'll have that. Yeah, you can say that afterwards, Pinky. You know, afterwards you say, yeah, God, aren't we? Yeah, aren't we great to watch? You know, 3-2 every week. But at the time, yeah. If you've got
what? I was more nervous today than I was against Arsenal and Wolves. I don't know if it's that psychology, because we've been through the same thing for the last 2 weeks. But I was convinced at one point that we were going to concede that third goal there today.
And that's why I said today was a really gutsy performance, because after the Arsenal game, and then we do it the following game, and I'm saying we learned nothing, and I was very critical. But today we dug just deep enough, did just enough to come away with all 3 points. And we're at the stage of the season, you know, let's not kid ourselves, where 1-0 in the 94th minute of Noble's backside, if that delivered 3 points, frankly, who cares? We're at the right end of the table. We're competing against Manchester City, Manchester United, Liverpool, you know, Leicester, who have been in the Champions League in recent seasons. We've got Tottenham Hotspur chasing, desperately trying to play catch up with us. Yeah. We're competing against the clubs, frankly, who, a couple of them, you might argue, we always felt that we were in their peer group anyway. But let's not kid ourselves. There's a couple of them are over the hills and far away from us, and we're up there competing. I'll take 3-2 like that all day long and twice on Sundays. I mean, you know, great result.
Yeah, fantastic. And of course, not just competing, but, you know, actually beating these sides. I mean, of course, let's not forget, I mean, Pinky, you mentioned earlier in the game, I'll throw this one over to Rio, actually, but Pinky mentioned earlier in the match that Leicester had only been beaten once on their travels in the Premier League this season, 10 wins, 4 draws, 1 defeat. It's now 2 defeats, and West Ham have beaten Leicester home and away this season. Let's not forget that. This is a really strong Leicester team, and we've managed to turn them over twice and scored, 6-7 goals against them. And it's just another one of those statistics, isn't it, that just marks a fantastic season.
Yeah, absolutely. It's something I was going to bring up anyway. We've taken 6 points from a team that haven't been out the top 4 all season. A team that are widely lauded as the next team who can regularly break into that top 4, top 5. a team that Brendan Rodgers has moulded in the aftermath of the Ranieri era and reinvigorated and made them an absolute threat. I mean, their away record speaks for itself.
Yeah.
The way they attack and the way they play speaks for itself. But we absolutely dominate them up at their place. And for 70 minutes a day, we did the same. It's just that after we allowed them one opportunity, which Iniacho took with aplomb, but in the form of his life, he's bound to, that we caved in. It's a kind of mental block when we go 3-0 up. We kind of go in on ourselves and collapse mentally. But yeah, for 180 minutes against one of the best sides in the league, we've absolutely battered them, really, apart from that 20-minute spell. And it's fair play to Moyes for what he's got at his disposal, making an absolute engaging to watch, breathtaking to watch at times West Ham side with very little to work with. You know, he's done a marvellous job. Obviously, the whole nerve situation at the end needs addressing. And the one person who looked absolutely furious at the end there was Moyes himself. He looked absolutely furious for the team. Now, there must have been, after the last two performances and the way we caved in a little bit against Wolves and Arsenal, he must have been working on this in training throughout the week and actually drilling into the players not to fall in on themselves. And the way we did today, he was absolutely livid, and rightly so. So I'm expecting next week more books being thrown about in the changing room, on the training ground, everything being thrown at the players, and numerous defensive drills going on. But yeah, we've made the Leicester side that are really, really impressive, and have been impressive all season. Might look ordinary at times.
Yeah, it's actually an interesting point that Rio raises there, Gnome. I mean, how do you think David Moyes is going to be reacting in the changing room right now? I mean, what sort of team talk do you think he's going to be delivering? Will it be a case of what we said, you know, fantastic chaps, well done, you've beaten Leicester home and away this season, team that's never been out of the top four, a team that's only been beaten away from home once this season in the Premier League, you've done them home and away, brilliant. Or do you think he's going to be castigating them for, once again, leaving us supporters on the edge of our seats, having nearly thrown away a 3-0 lead for the third game in succession?
I think the way it work it is that there might be a few light-hearted comments today about, you know, guys, can you stop doing that or something like that. But I think the time for actually sort of proper analysis of that is when they sit down on Monday or whatever, however it is they do, and they analyse this properly, and where they can actually turn around and say, you know, and point to individual issues, you know, where, you know, you should be filling in there, you should be pushing up there. I don't want to see you doing that, you know, rather than just sort of a blanket, bloody hell, guys, you know, that was absolute crap. You know, throwing pizzas about or whatever it is the accepted thing to throw about is today. You know, there's a time for a considered and measured response to that. But yes, certainly, I mean, let them know that there are things that you're not happy about, and you're going to talk about this properly on Monday when we've had a chance to look through the I was going to say the tape, the disc or whatever, the hard drive, the wax cylinder of the commentary. Yeah, but yeah, you know what I mean. But yeah, as I say, there's a certainly thing, and that's good because, yeah, we're fourth in the table, and we haven't got there by chance, and it's you know, what you don't want. In the past, West Ham might have been sitting there and saying something along the lines of, "Well, we're fourth, so yeah, let's pat ourselves on the back." But it's you know, a measure of how far we're progressing and how far we want to progress. Yeah. That, you know, just being fourth is not good enough. You know, let's look at what got us there and let's see what we can improve on. And that's progression. That's true progression. And, you know, I mean, it will no doubt be said again before we go off air tonight. But, you know, we want to finish this season as high as possible. And, you know, as Pinky said earlier, and we want to then look at next season and say, right, well, we want another season like last season. We want to be pushing. You know, maybe we've played out of our skins and above ourselves to get that far, but we want to be putting ourselves in a position where we can really, really give it a go. And for that to happen, it's going to be money, I'm afraid, because as we're now beginning to see, Cresswell, that looks like if that's the hamstring, it looks like, then that's not a quick job. I don't know the extent of Noble's injury. It looked very, very painful. That's a wait and see job. But we've got Rice, we've got Antonio. Bonner's on the way back, but that may be another week or two. And it would be a shame that because of a lack of depth of squad that we end up finishing 7th or 8th, which would still be a good result. But you'll be sitting there thinking, oh, if only we'd had a bit more of a squad, and I don't want to be sitting there going, if only at the end of the season.
Yeah. Well, at the moment, I think we're sitting here just thanking our lucky stars at the moment, the way things are going. We'll come back to that in a minute because I just want to. I'd like to grab everybody's thoughts on the injury situation because going forward, it looks like that's going to be the thing that possibly affects West Ham more than anything for the last few games of the season. Before we do that, a couple of things I want to talk about. Some of the players, ex-players, have been commenting on social media since we ended the match. I'll just go through a couple of those comments at the moment. Jesse Lingard, scorer of 2 goals this afternoon, says, "Big W, keep pushing." Bit cryptic, not sure what Big W is, but anyway, perhaps someone can let us know.
Like W for win, L for loss, D for draw.
Oh, well, that could be. Yeah, that would make sense, wouldn't it? But Jesse, Michael Antonio didn't play today, not in the squad. Says the boys did the business out there today. A huge win, massive 3 points. Let's keep it moving forward. Declan Rice took to Twitter to post a 2-word tweet. Which no doubt someone will make a 400-word news story out of tomorrow. Declan Rice simply posted, "My heart," to which Arthur Masuaku has replied, "Is it because of me, Declan?" which I thought was kind of funny. And Gary Lineker, remember him? Used to play for Leicester, big Leicester fan, says, "Football just plays with you sometimes, gives you just enough hope to believe, and then snatches it away." Our thoughts and sympathies with Mr. Lineker, and we look forward to your views on Match of the Day later tonight, Gary. That's what some of the players have been saying. There'll be more comments from them, of course. We hope that Gnome is going to be bringing us the thoughts from David Moyes if we can find them, and Brendan Rodgers later in the game. Another comment, Anton Ferdinand has also taken to Twitter to write, "Core the nerves, but we got the job done though. Come on, you Irons." The injury situation. Let's come back to that quickly. We joked before the game that West Ham were going into this one spineless, being as we were without Michael Antonio up front, Declan Rice in the centre, Angelo Ogbonna at the centre of defence. To that, it looks like we've added Mark Noble, who looks like he's got some kind of shoulder injury after his arm landed awkwardly on his shoulder during the game. Aaron Cresswell limped off with what looked like another hamstring injury. Also want to get the panel's thoughts on the decision to allow Cresswell to continue for another couple of minutes before he was pulled off. Certainly didn't help the situation. Rio, West Ham are running absolutely on empty now. The squad is threadbare. We looked at the team before the start of the match. Ben Rama really the only player of any note, maybe Balbuena, who came on, with first team credentials. What happens if we go to Newcastle without those 5? I mean, we do hope that Ogbonna can sort of, recover from injury this week and will be involved to some degree. But David Moyes has got his work cut out now, hasn't he? It's we always joke about Harry Redknapp and the bare bones phrase, but we really are at bare bones right now.
Yeah, most definitely. And week by week, it's becoming more telling. The injuries are beginning to creep up and get worse and worse and going to affect us badly. As I said during the games, the Cresswell one is one that, should the rest of the squad remain fit, we can kind of cope with, because Balbuena steps in as the right-sided centre-back out of the 3. Diop's more naturally suited to that left-sided berth. And as you mentioned, Ogbonna's on his way back. So that's not particularly a massive issue for us, I don't think. And also, I was going to say during the second half, before Arthur lighted his copybook somewhat, and he's redeemed himself a little bit with his post-match comment, so gets a little bit of a thumbs up for me for that. But his timely return from injuries afforded us to kind of ride out the Declan Rice situation a little bit easier than first thought, because he enables us to play the three at the back, got more of a balance in the middle there, and it enabled Souček to occupy the two central berths. Because as we know, when you play the three together, Rice, Noble and Souček, it gets so stagnant. I mean, the lack of pace is so obviously evident. Now, they get in each other's way a lot, and it really disrupts the flow of our play. But Arthur playing that left wing-back role has kind of enabled us to kind of ride out Declan's injury a little bit better than we previously could have done.
Yeah.
How we're going to cope with Marquez out of next week is a different matter. There is no more natural replacements available to us. Conor Contra was on the bench for the first time in a while this week. He'd be the one to step into the breach, you would have thought, because who else can fill that role? The way that we play with a couple of deep line midfielders, there's no one else I can see who can actually perform that role. We've also got the attacking options strangely missing still. I thought Yarmolenko was supposed to be back in training a few weeks back. Yeah. He's not surfaced at all. Manuel Lanzini's presumed gone to Bermuda because he's obviously missing a triangle somewhere because he ain't been seen for almost a month now. So we just don't know. Until we know the extent of Noble's injury, we don't know how we're going to cope. But I would have thought Conor Coventry is the most natural step forward. He's been called up by the Ireland's full squad, so he's obviously got some potential. I mean, we obviously haven't seen it because he's played so little first-team football. You can't grasp how he's going to cope at the top level. But you would have thought that he'd be the one to step into the breach if needed. We're coping all right elsewhere. As I said, Cresswell's one isn't going to be as crucial as had it been someone else up front who's injured. But I think the squad, the way the squad has reacted today and reacted so far to the injuries we have sustained, gives you a little bit more hope. But it's getting worse by the week, isn't it?
Yes, it certainly is. It certainly is. Pinky, next week at Newcastle, no captain, no vice captain, no striker, no substitutes. What do you do if you're David Moyes?
You go with whatever you've got, and you know, you line up Steve Bruce and David Moyes and say, right, would you swap positions? And both of them are going to say, you must be joking. You know, I want a squad of players will say Bruce, and Moyes will say, I'll take the league position. But ultimately, what we've seen here is Moyes has managed to be just flexible enough in his team selections to get a competitive team on the field.
Yeah.
Yeah. And what we're in now is it's almost like tournament soccer, whereby you know you're going through a tournament. There's 7 games left to win the thing. Yeah. And you've just got to find a team, any team that you can stick out and say, right, Newcastle, where's the threat going to come from? St. Maximum, in terms of his pace, he's going to be a real threat. So you think, yeah, that's the obvious one. But we can cause them problems. You know, I mean, we've not seen him for a while, but you know, is Frederick still available to maybe play one of his more advanced cameos? You know, if we played, say, a 3-4-3, that kind of thing. So you know, the manager's got options, you know, to get at his disposal. I think we'll see Noble next week, if I'm being honest with you. I think we'll see him. I think, yeah, he's had a nasty injury there today, but it's on his arm, not his legs, if you know what I mean. And you know what? They can do wonders with medicine these days. Yeah, have some of that, son, and just run around, and you know, you'll be all right. So I think we'll see Nobes, but for me, it is getting threadbare. It is getting harder. If you look at the game, you know, if you could pick one game out of the next 3 to have, you'd probably want next week as your weakest your weakest opposition, if you get my drift.
Yeah.
So Newcastle, yeah, I think we can still go there. I think we can still come away with 3 points. And if we can do that with a team that is, basically a scratch team, you'd be happy with it. And we tend to focus a lot on our club, obviously. I don't know how many injuries Newcastle have got at the minute. I don't know how many injuries Tottenham Hotspur have got at the minute. They may well have missing players. Everton, Liverpool, whoever it may be. So we always focus on, the world's against us. But it might not be quite as bad as all that. And you can cope with injury crises better when you're in fourth than you can cope with them when you're fourth bottom. That much I do know.
Okay. Good stuff. I feel before we carry on, Gnome, I should point out that I don't think we hit the post today, did we? Oh, no, I think Gnome's got the...
Jared Bowen's needed.
Yeah, that's a point, actually. We did, didn't we? Yeah. Yes, West Ham clips, the cat on West Ham clips will be spared another kick up the backside, I guess, today. But yeah, I'm usually West Ham not hitting the post. No, who have you been listening to?
I've had both Mr. Rogers and Mr. Moyes. Mr. Rogers was bemoaning the fact that they weren't at it in the first half.
Right.
And was disappointed with all the goals. There was a lot of talk about the disciplinary position. The three players know that that's not what we're about, and I'm disappointed in them. But it's been dealt with internally, and that was it. So much as what you'd expect it to say. We've just cleared Mr. Moyes now. He was not happy with the way they finished the game, but particularly the first half, the first 60 minutes, he thought they played superbly. It was pointed out that this was done without Declan, without Antonio, and he said, we haven't got Lanzini either. And at the end there, where we needed to try and change the flow of the game, we were really struggling for substitutes. Who we're going to put on. So there's an acknowledgement there that we're kind of short on numbers. But he's enjoying the ride. He's said we're not making any assumptions or plans for Champions League, but we're certainly going to give it a try and just keep going. Basically, the gist of it was we're going to keep trying, keep going, and see where we end up. He's happy with some of the stuff we've been playing. I think there are definitely, as we suggested earlier on, words to be had about the closing 20 minutes or so, enjoying the ride while it happens.
Excellent, good stuff. Just to recap, David Moyes not happy with the finish, but he enjoyed the first hour, which he said was superb. No Lanzini, we didn't touch upon that one, no, did we?
Yeah, he didn't actually say what the problem was, and he wasn't listed as being on the sick list, but there clearly is some sort of issue there, and I haven't heard what it is. So, I don't think he was on the bench for the Wolves game, was he? I've got a funny feeling he might have missed that as well.
So. Interesting.
So,
well, we'll have to keep an eye on that one and see what we can pick up anyway. But of course, another player missing for Moyes. We can add to that ever lengthening injury list. I want to move on to a thread on the KUMB forum. Not the match threads. We'll come to those in just a minute. Rio and Pinky to see what the fans of both West Ham and Leicester had to say about that game this afternoon. But I want to cast your minds back, if you will, to a few weeks ago. There was a thread posted on the KUMB forum, Rio. You may remember it. That caused quite a few issues amongst the members within. And it was entitled, "Are You Entertained?" Do you think we've been entertained in the last few weeks? 3-3 Arsenal, 3-2 Wolves, 3-2 against Leicester.
Yeah, there's been entertained and there's been terrified. We need to strike the balance of the middle. We need to find some middle ground. There was a lot of talk earlier in the season that Moyes is the way that we set up and the way he plays. It's almost Allardyce-esque, that we're playing for a 1-0. We're trying to hit on the break, win games by just set pieces alone. And the poster who started that thread, I thought he had a valid point, which is why we let it ride between a lot of us, because it did cause a lot of consternation, a lot of heated debate, shall we say, But I thought it was a valid point. But we seem to have gone the polar opposite, and I'm just desperate for that middle ground, I don't, as I said, if you look at the match for today, there's more mentions of anxiety, blood pressure, defibrillators than I've ever seen on the West Ham thread ever. And again, they're all valid points. We can't keep defending like that. You said, how would Mr. Moyes deal with the aftermath of the way we defended in that game? And had we not had such a massive injury crisis, I would have suggested sending in Stuart Pearce with a baseball bat at one point, but we just can't afford any more injuries at the moment. But we're being entertained greatly. It's a bit too far, Please kind of strike that level balance, please, Dave, because it's gone from one extreme to the other, and it's not doing us any good, to be honest, mate.
Well, that's the reason I raised the point. I should stress that wasn't in any way a criticism of the thread itself or Graham, who started the thread, but it's just it seemed kind of ironic to me that we'd gone from some very sort of, I guess you'd call it functional, if you were being kind, football at the time, to this kind of. It's almost, I don't know. It's a bit like being on the footballing equivalent of a roller coaster, a helter skelter, I suppose, and not knowing exactly what's going to come next. And Pinky, what's your view on that? If given a choice of the two, would you prefer a perfunctory 1-0 win and backs to the wall defending, or would you choose these 3-2s every week where I suppose it still ends up with backs to the wall defending, doesn't it? But lots of goals, lots of entertainment.
Yeah, I think in fairness to David Moyes, I think we should point out that only 4 teams have scored more goals in the Premier League this season than West Ham United. So, are we entertained? Well, we're seeing plenty of goals at West Ham, that's for sure. The big difference, I think you can say, since Lingard made his debut first weekend in February, we've been scoring for fun. And the manager could quite rightly point out that you can only score the goals and do the fancy stuff if you've got the personnel to do it. And until we actually shipped Haller out and got Lingard in, very much we didn't have the personnel, or at least the manager thought we didn't have the personnel. So, there's an element of, it all depends what the manager's got at his disposal. If you want to know my personal opinion, what I prefer, this is the Diego Simeone or the Marcelo Bielsa debate. And in a stadium of 60,000 West Ham United supporters, 59,999 are going to want Marcelo Bielsa. Okay, I'll tell you that for nothing. Every week, they would love watching a Bielsa team. Just attack. I'm the bloke who'd be stood there pining for Simeone. Because I would take 1-0 in the 90th minute every single week, I suspect, for about half a season. And then I would go, can I have a bit of Bielsa now, please? And it's, when you win 3-2, you say you love it. When you lose 3-2, you say you hate it. And it's one of those, but at least you've seen some goals, I don't know. It's so hard because you've got to factor in the opposition, how they're setting up and all the rest of it. But I'm just delighted that so many of our players now this season are being seen to fulfill something like their potential. And I've got a game on between 2 other clubs at the minute. And, one of them's got a player, Paul Pogba, in the team. I was shocked to see it come up. He's 28 years old. And yes, he's won some trophies, but has he ever come anywhere near to fulfilling his potential? Nowhere near it. Nowhere near it as a professional footballer. Mark Noble got nothing in his trophy cabinet. but today gave an outstanding performance, I thought, for West Ham United. I thought Noble was really good today for a player that people have been saying, oh, well, we've got no Declan, it's Nobes, and, yah, boo. Well, actually, he's come in for 2 games and been an outstanding professional, okay? And all I'll say to the likes of Paul Pogba, that's how you do it. And if people think Noble's completely finished, here's a stat for you. He's 2 years younger than Luka Modric. And Modric is still turning out for Real Madrid every week.
Mm-hmm.
So there you go. We might not have seen the last of Noble even yet. And, was he our worst performer today? Far, far from it. Was he our best performer today? Very close to it. So you take that, but it's about players fulfilling potential for me rather than whether or not it's a 1-0 or a 3-0 or a 3-2. It's Are they doing their best? And I think today what we saw from West Ham was a really gutsy, we want it performance. And I haven't seen that in 30 years. Seriously. That kind of, even at this stage of the season, we're still trying to get points. We're still trying to do things. These are golden days, mate. For people watching this thinking we're going to see this every season, dream on. We thought that at 85, 86, didn't we? We're all now pushing 60, So, yeah, I'll take a 1-0 sometimes. Sometimes it's 4-0 and I'm not happy. That Watford away years ago when Sam was in charge. And what got me that night was we go a goal up very early, and I can still see it. Him screaming out to Jack Collison, right, Jack, tuck in now. And I thought, I'm going to smash you in the face, Sam, because you know what? There's no need for that. You don't have to have 1-0 or 4-0. Yeah, you can have somewhere in between, but it's about the intent and about what you're trying to do. And what Moyes is doing at the minute, I think he's got the balance just about right. Because let's not forget, if we had Angelo Ogbonna on the pitch today, we're not conceding some of the goals we're conceding.
Yeah.
So I think we're doing okay at the minute. I think we're entertaining. And dare I say it, I think we're worth the 4th spot. Because all my life I've had to listen to people saying the league table don't lie. So why is it lying this season? It isn't, is it?
Yep. Not at all. Not at all. And we've just completed the double, of course, over the team. Rio pointed out earlier, they've not been outside the top 4 all season. They're 3rd at the moment. Only a point ahead of West Ham, of course, now Leicester City. Beaten by the Hammers home and away this season. Halcyon days, indeed, at the London Olympic Stadium, Gnome. But are you a Simeone or are you a Bielsa?
Yeah, I'd much rather... I mean, at the end of the day, I'd much rather... as long as we're winning, I'd much rather us win 3-2. We can all joke about the heart attacks and everything like that, but I don't really know any other way over the years. I mean, you go back to the 60s and we always seem to win or lose a lot of games 4-3, for example, a lot of 4-3s. And, you wouldn't see too many 4-3s in, some of the top couple of teams list. They were all about Leeds and Arsenal were winning stuff. It was all about grinding out the 1-0, shutting up shop, which again was kind of prevalent at the time. In any case, a lot of defensive football going on back then. Things have loosened up a bit since then, thankfully. But I mean, it's all about I want to be entertained, and I've said this 1,000 times. We mentioned Mr. Allardyce, for example, and that game against Hull when they were down to 10 men was the classic example of, right, well, let's look, they've got 10 men. It's Hull, it's not Barcelona, they've got 10 men.
Yeah.
What's going on here? I mean, for all his, he had his admirers at the time, but I'm repeating this. I've said this a million times, I'm sure, but the number of times you come off a game having been, you've endured it, and it's You've had 90 minutes. We may have won, we may have drawn, we may have lost, but it's not been a pleasant 90 minutes to watch. And I got into that press room, and freezing me bits off. Grabbed a cup of coffee to warm my hands up more than anything else, and then in came Allardyce with a laptop with all sorts of bizarre statistics that shows that in fact, no, I haven't been freezing me bits off watching a dull game of football. That was Brazil versus Italy, 1970, all over again. And which is why I jokingly throw my hands up whenever you start quoting some of the more exotic statistics that these guys come out with. But I'll sit back and look at that now, and I'll have a breather and take my tablets and things like that. I'll look at that and think, well, in retrospect, that wasn't half a bad game of football, and sort of enjoyed at the time a bit more had I not been supporting one of the two clubs involved. But I'll watch it back now when they do the match of the day or whatever tonight, and I'll knowing the result and not having that tension, I'll enjoy watching it a hell of a lot more. But yeah, I'd rather see that, and I think Moyes is, because if you like, his natural instincts are more on the defensive side of things. Yep. We've got more of a balance, because if you look at that, that's not a team without flair when everyone's fit. I mean, Antonio, Lingard, and Bowen saw how he played today. Fornals when he's on song. Good old Arthur. These are all players who've got a lot of skill and flair, and it's almost as if Moyes has said, well, I recognise this is where my strengths lie, but I realise that we need a bit of this. Now, whether or not he's saying that because it's West Ham or just for to get a basic sort of team out that's going to play the way he wants, but we're beginning to get a team that is enjoyable to watch. And you said you're a little bit like a kid now, and it's. I'm no longer turning up onto this sofa and thinking, "Oh God, how's it going to?" And when we get back into the stadium, I'll be.
Hang on, you were for the last 10 minutes because I saw you.
Yeah, true. But I mean, in recent years, we've gone through whole seasons sort of watching games like this, haven't we?
We have indeed, yeah, very much so.
And really, since lockdown and the return, and I think Moyes had time to sort of set up a basic game plan, if you like, and this is how this team will play, which you don't kind of get if you come in halfway through the season, which it came in December. You've got to work with what you've got. The break last season did us a lot of favours, not least in giving us kind of another pre-season, so we could set up a way of playing and a brand new sort of fresh approach to things. Yeah. And when he came in before, the first time round and also the second time round, he's got to do an international rescue job on somebody else's team at that point. Yeah. But he's had effectively 2 pre-seasons thanks to COVID, and we've now got somebody who's playing. It's fairly solid, apart from the second half of many games at the moment, and it's fairly solid, and it's good to watch going forward. So if that's a Moyes side and that's the Moyes way of playing football, then I'll have that.
Okay,
definitely.
Good stuff. I just want to quickly look back at the match stats, which we haven't brought you, and it's quite interesting because there's a definite sense of a pattern coming here in the last few weeks. Possession wise today, West Ham 36%, Leicester 64%. It's probably not often that Leicester see that much of the ball during game. West Ham shots, 4 shots in the entire match, 4 shots on target. Leicester 14 shots, once again, only 4 on target. West Ham only 1 corner in the game. Leicester 9 corners. West Ham committing 7 fouls to Leicester's 13. And Gnome's favourite stat, expected goals. West Ham 1.07 to Leicester's 1.15. So again, West Ham making the very most of the chances that come to them. But just touching on that one very briefly, Rio, you know, we're seeing this quite often in recent weeks. West Ham conceding between 14 to 20 shots on average now, 14, 15 shots to 20, you know, every game. But while not having as many as the opposition, certainly making the most of them. Again today, 100. We only had 4 shots, but every single one on target. But yet again, we're seeing the opposition having quite a few shots, but out of the 14, only 4 on target. You know, this is kind of we're seeing a pattern emerge here now, aren't we? Where the opposition have been given quite a lot of the ball, having a lot of shots, but you know, that pattern kind of suggesting that they're from long range and not hitting the target. So. What do you sort of make of that?
Yeah, it's interesting to see. I don't think in the long term it's sustainable. You know, what you've got to factor in is this still isn't Moyes' side. He's only, I think, 2 or 3 players there, the ones he's actually brought in Soucek, Soufal, and even could argue Soufal was only bought because of the injury to Ryan Fredericks early in the season.
Yeah,
Lingard is obviously he's by, and hopefully we can make that permanent. But as well as we're doing, this is still David Moyes operating with largely a squad that isn't his. You know, Craig Dawson also factors in as well. But yeah, it's still not his side. It's still something that he's trying to mould with the tools at his disposal rather than what he's created so far. So, despite the fact that I don't think the way we're playing is sustainable long term. Like I said, we're a work in progress. This is a long-term project.
Yeah. And
should he be given the funds that he's to improve and push us on a little bit further and get the kind of player that he actually wants, then you know, we're not going to exactly play in the way that he actually we want to see, or he actually wants to see until probably next season, the season afterwards.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
But no, it's a long-term project. At the moment, it's working. It's certainly scary at times, but look at where we are and look at what he's done. You can't fault him.
Yeah, very, very true. Very true. Pinky, do you think more would be made of the fact that West Ham aren't creating that many goal-scoring opportunities? I mean, it sounds silly, doesn't it? If we were winning games, you know, once again, we've been outnumbered in terms of the statistics by the opposition, which seems to be something that's happening every week. But of course, you know, I suppose the counter to that is to say that Leicester won the league by doing that every week. And, you know, we've said it already today, but we've out-Leicestered Leicester again, haven't we, here this afternoon?
Yeah, and I touched on it in commentary about, you know, I think it was Arthur who was due to send the ball across, might have been Cresswell, but I said we had 4 players sprinting into the box at that stage of the game, you know, waiting for that ball to come into the middle. Yeah. Things like that, I think, are more important than how many shots you have per se. It's you know, because, you know, let's not forget the opposition are there as well. But if you've got 4 players who are at least putting themselves in a position that if the ball does come in, they can actually get on the end of it, that to me is positive play. I don't think we've seen any sign of us parking the bus, which is really what people are getting at with all this.
Yeah.
For an awful long time now, you know, I've seen nothing of that sort. I mean, absolutely nothing of that sort. So,
okay,
you know, this is not a, you know, park the bus, cling on and try and smash them in the last 3 minutes approach. We're not doing that at all. I think where we're giving the opposition plenty of the ball is in parts of the field that can't hurt us. And even when they're getting near our box, we're sending them wide. So again, you know, we're actually stopping, generally speaking, shots that are bang in front of goal. Today, the Masuaku error when he passed the ball to Iheanacho, you know, being a kind of exception. But that's good defending. That's good defending, is to say, do you know what? We'll send you wide right and wide left because you're not going to score from a shot out there. And if you put a cross in most weeks, if you've got an Ogbonna there or a Craig Dawson, they're going to deal with it. You know, that's proper football. It's having a game plan saying this is how we will nullify the opposition's main attacking threat. And, you know, I'm at the point where I'm not sure what I know what supporters would want if they think they want much more than what we're seeing.
Yeah.
I think back to when Barcelona were everyone's supposed darlings, and they were playing like 800 million passes a half. It was a snore fest, an absolute snore fest. You had teenagers there, enjoying the pleasure of their own body. Go look at that. They've made 900 passes in 40 minutes. Who cares? It's boring to watch.
Yeah. Well,
it's only when you move the ball forward does it become exciting. When you actually push the ball forward and it actually takes the opposition's players out of the game. But if you're going to do 300 passes before you actually make that pass, I can pretty much guarantee there'd be boos ringing around the London Stadium week after week. So what do we want? And for me, I don't think it's necessarily the fact we're winning that's stopping the booing. I think it's the fact that we are clearly not parking the bus. We're simply not. And I'm not having that people say he's playing negatively or defensively. What a load of old tosh that is. Absolute tosh. Not having that.
Good stuff. No, we did say early on in the second half, didn't we, that we couldn't recall Fabianski having to make a serious save, but we've seen it week in, week out, the opposition having 20 shots. Fulham, going back to Fulham when we drew 0-0, I think they had 20 shots against us and only like 1 or 2 on target, but it seems to be happening every week. Of course, it's easily overlooked, I guess, isn't it, when West Ham are winning football matches. But I just wonder, Rio said it's not sustainable. What's your view on that? West Ham only 4 shots at goal today, 4 on target. Leicester 14, also 4 on target.
Well, I mean, and here, I'm not a great fan of some of the stats. Some of those shot stats kind of mask an element of quality. I mean, some of those shots that you're going to be quoting for Leicester, first half in particular, I mentioned a couple of them where there were efforts from 20, 30 yards that were along the ground, which were basically thrown there just to keep Fabianski awake, I think, more than anything else.
Vardy had one, didn't he? Iheanacho after 5 or 6 minutes had that slice effort. There was one at the start, the second half. So, clearly not the greatest
What I would
quality.
say is that Fabianski did in the second half pull off a number of very, very good saves. They weren't sort of spectacular, tipping the ball over the bar around the post. There were a couple of times. There was one in particular where he came out of the feet of, it may have been Iheanacho, which was just absolutely superb. And there were a few times.
Ricardo, I think it was, wasn't it?
Scores so highly is that with Leicester's sort of primary tactic over the years, and it was more to Iheanacho than it was to Vardy today. But you had the situation where that ball's coming over the top. You can rely on Fabianski. You know he's a reliable goalkeeper behind you. So the number of times he was spotting that, coming to the edge of his box and snuffing it out, and coming out, sliding out to get in. It's twofold. One, you've got a good goalkeeper, who can is a good shot stopper. But then, and we'll hark back to last season when we had Roberto, and it was a case of, you've not got to worry about what's behind you because he's going to do his job by and large. Whereas you had Roberto, you've got 2 things to worry about when the ball comes to you. Can you play it like you'd normally play it, or have you got to worry about the guy behind you making a complete mess of things?
Yeah.
I think Fabianski had a very good game today. It wasn't one of those spectacular save after save Rob Green against Arsenal games, but it was a very, very good game for him, good and effective. Now, is it sustainable? Well, obviously, if you're going to be conceding more shots than you have, they're not all going to be Jamie Vardy back passes. And Vardy's well out of form at the moment.
Yeah.
And it's that sort of. We're going to come across teams who are below Leicester, but whose strikers aren't in such a woeful spell of form like Vardy, for example. So those shots might well test Fabianski instead of being those little grubbers along the ground that you think, why did you bother, mate? Yeah. So in the long term, if you're going to concede more shots than you have, then it's not going to be overly sustainable. But keep going, up your shot content.
I wonder what he was going to say there. But anyway, thank you, gentlemen. We are coming to the end of this afternoon's stream. There are a couple of points I want to touch on before we do that. And if we could rattle through these at a fairly quick pace, that would be grand, because I think we've done over an hour already on this afternoon's post-match discussion. Given there's been so much to talk about, of course, it's been another great day for West Ham. Firstly, we kind of winced a little bit when we saw his name again at the start of the match. Mike Dean was the referee in charge this afternoon, once again, making a second appearance at a West Ham game since he was, or the FA overturned his red card against Thomas Souček for the dismissal at the end of the Fulham game when he became entangled with Mitrovic, and Dean decided to send him off. And he was kind of at the centre of a bit of a controversial decision again today, Rio. There was the incident with Ndidi, who was already booked. Do you think he should have had a red card in the... it was about an hour gone, wasn't it? I'm just trying to look at my notes. So 73 minutes when he tripped Bowen, having already been booked. Do you think he should have gone? And what did you make of Mike Dean's performance this afternoon?
It wasn't Mike Dean's worst performance ever. He's got a catalogue of them. I think the Ndidi decision was pretty disgusting, because Ndidi had made about 7 or 8 niggly fouls throughout the game. I think 3 or 4 times he kind of wrestled with Jarrod Bowen and put him to the deck. Yeah. It took too long for Dean to give him the first yellow. The second one, which we all pointed out, it was a blatant red. Persistent fouling. That was an absolute professional foul and a half, and Dean's let it go. Overall, though, I thought he had a reasonable game apart from that. Also, I think one of the Leicester players has made his job a lot easier. And all, I think we just touched on Ricardo. When he went through on the Fabianski, he could have made an absolute meal out of that. But he also had a chance about 3 or 4 minutes after that, towards the end of the game, where if it had been a little bit more professional, shall we say, he could have made Mike Dean's job a lot tougher, and he could have easily won a penalty. But I've seen Dean have worse performances. We've got away with it, but Indeed he should have gone.
Okay, good stuff. There was also the incident where Aaron Cresswell was booked pink. He wasn't there earlier on in the game, where Cresswell was hopping mad. He felt that he took the ball first, but Dean gave him the yellow card. But as Rio says, there were perhaps opportunities for Dean to, there was a lot of diving going on in and around the West Ham box. What was your overall view of the officials' performance today?
I'd put it down as one of Dean's better ones, by virtue of the fact that actually, you look, when you've got the likes of Vardy there for the opposition, goes to ground very easily, and he was strong enough not to award a spot kick at any stage during the game. And for that, if Dean's the ref, you've got to be grateful. I feel a bit for referees, if I'm being honest. I think the pace of the game in English football is such, and this is why it's unique to us and why we have so many referee controversies that other countries tend not to get. It's the pace of the game in our league. Yeah, we struggle to get the right caliber of ref. Gnome's spoken at great length and with great sort of knowledge about there's reasons for that in terms of the structure. But the refs we have are the refs we've got. And I'm reluctant to get too heavily critical of them, because if there's no ref, there's no game. So today he should have sent off Ndidi. As for the rest of it, I'd say it's a mixed bag, but it's the same for every ref. I'm not a big fan of any ref, and I'm not a huge critic of any ref. They're just who we've got. I'm more concerned, if I'm being honest, with VAR and the use of it. and why we've gone down that road. And I think generally, in terms of how matches are officiated in the broader sense, I think there needs to be a long, hard think about the direction football's going in. That would be my take.
Excellent, good stuff. No, I know your feelings on Indeedy because we spoke about it earlier on. But if you had to give Mike Dean a rating out of 10 today, what would it have been? And do you think that perhaps one or two of those decisions might be overlooked a little more than they should be because West Ham have come out with all 3 points at the end of the day?
Certainly the Indeedy one. I mean, if we'd come out of that without winning the game, because Leicester had players on the pitch who shouldn't have been there. You want to mark out of 10? Struggling. I thought we had a poor game throughout, to be honest. Over officious. He was stopping play to have words when really nothing was happening. That one in the first half, 45 seconds or something, where there was a restart that didn't. I mean, there was no need for that. That was purely, it's live on the box. I'm here, everybody. I mean, you look at that game and he sort of almost gets praised because he hasn't made a major decision that's sort of the game. Well, I think he did. Not booking Indeedy for that second yellow was a major decision that could have changed the game. Thankfully, it didn't. So I'll give him a 3. He had the right kit on. But you'll see what gets me, and so I mean, it's the structure really. I bored the pants off the planet in the last few years over it. But you'll see a referee who's up and coming through the leagues, maybe sort of just outside the sort of second select group. So they're getting a few championship games and below that, and beginning and making it. Now they'll go through their assessment, and if they didn't book Indeedy, that'd be noted, and their progress would be harmed by that. Right. And they'll sit there and watch that in a day and think, why is he getting away with it? Why is he allowed to do what he wants? And it must be very disheartening for a referee when you see Dean sort of continue to be in employment. When you try to do your best, and you give of your best, you give your time up, and you may not be as with all the best will in the world, mistakes get made, but there are honest mistakes, and you get to a stage where if you keep making them, then you'll progress as far as your competence allows. That's fine. But if you're sort of stood below that level, looking up and thinking, how do I get to that level? You're probably already above it in terms of competence and skill. But no, I'm glad we got. How many games we got left? 7, 8, 8 is it?
7 to go. 7 more to go.
7 to go. Yeah. So the chances of getting him again, I'm hoping, are very slim. Wouldn't it be? It'd be just our luck, wouldn't it? Last game of the season, and we need something out of the game to get Southampton to get into Europe in some shape or form. Oh, you just know what he's going to do if we get him for that game.
Well, don't rule it out yet.
Yeah.
Who knows? Who knows? Okay,
a couple of way early.
Yes. So a 3 out of 10 from Gnome for Mike Dean this afternoon, who, as we said, we're kind of a little bit surprised that he didn't send off Indeedy for what looked like a pretty nailed-on second bookable offence with the foul on Jared Bowen. A couple of things left to go before we wrap up this afternoon. We haven't done man of the match, chaps. Let's do that next. Pinky, I'll come to you first. Who's your man of the match this afternoon?
This is a toughie because, do you know what? It could have been any one of a couple. There's Lingard with a brace. There's Bowen with an outstanding effort in terms of, not his normal position. There's Noble at the grand old age of 33, doing a bit of a star turn in the middle. There's Issa Diop, who only made one glaring error in the whole game, but generally was sound. There was Craig Dawson, who I thought was back to somewhere near his best today. There was Lucas Fabianski, who made one crucial save that really made the difference. I mean, how many candidates do you want I think for my money, I'm going to give it to the captain. Written off,
Okay.
cast aside, but second week he's come in, solid performance. Good job from Mark Noble today. He's my man of the match.
Mark Noble is for Pinky. It's funny, isn't it, actually? Last week, the same result as Monday night, and we were really struggling for candidates for man of the match Monday. And as Pinky says, you know, we're kind of we're trying to pick players who we couldn't consider for this afternoon. There are a plethora of choices out there. But Rio, who do you go for this afternoon?
Yeah, I can't give it to any of our defenders because it just wouldn't fit with me, fit right. I had three candidates myself. Jarrod Bowen for tireless running and an excellent goal again. For Pablo Fornals, once again, his work rate is exceptional. He was bought as a number 10. Everyone expects him just to be a simple kind of flair player, but he offers so much more. His work rate is exceptional. But for me, it has to be Jesse Lingard, not just for the goals. His all-round play, his defensive work as well, was absolutely exceptional. He made some tiny interceptions. He gets in amongst it. He links up play between defence and whoever's playing up front exceptionally brilliantly. So, yeah, Jesse Lingard.
Okay, good stuff. It's Lingard for Rio, Noble for Pinky. Gnome, how about you?
Again, it's a tough one this week. There's all sorts of people. And my learned friends have covered the candidates quite well for me. I'm going to go for Bowen, purely and simply because as obviously at a much lower level, but as a striker himself, I could see how much trouble he was causing that Leicester defence all the way through. He must have been a really annoying player to play against today as a defender, and purely for that, it was good to see. I mean, they probably got fouled. How many fouls did Leicester do? I don't know how many, but I'd suggest over half were on Bowen because they simply didn't know how to do it, and it came from playing to his strengths because we had to, because he had no Antonio.
Yeah. Okay, good stuff. Bowen for Gnome then. So that's three different nominations, just going to prove how difficult it is to choose an overwhelming man of the match this afternoon. I'm going to confuse things even further because I'm going to choose someone completely different to you guys. Going back, I mean, there's so many comparisons have been made with this team and the squad of 85, 86 that finished third, West Ham's highest top flight finish, of course, which we could yet emulate this season. West Ham now within a point of third place Leicester following today's win. But back then there was a player who played 36 games that season for the Hammers and really was a player who worked very, very hard and kind of went under the radar when, you know, up against players such as McAvenny, Ward, Alvin Martin, Tony Gow, Ray Stewart, those names that stick out from that season. Tony Cotty, of course, was Hammer of the Year in 85, 86. Guy called Neil Orr, who came from Morton and did a fabulous job, just got on with it. Worked so hard and allowed everybody else the opportunity to do their job and take all the plaudits. And it kind of reminds me of a player we've got in that team at the moment, a little Spanish guy called Pablo Fornals, who it's been mentioned, Pinky mentioned it, no mentioned it, I think. The work rate is absolutely tremendous. And he performs a very similar task, I think, in that he allows the better known players to go about their business and do their jobs. You know, the Lingards, the Nobles, the Bowens who have taken the plaudits today. It's all because of the work rate of players like Fornals. And it's kind of unusual, I think, because it's not really, I think you think of sort of Spanish players and you think of the flair players rather than, you know, the grafters and the hard workers. That's sort of more of a, I don't know, I suppose if you were regionalising that sort of performance, you'd think of maybe your sort of Eastern European players who, you know, who do that sort of heavy lifting, as it were, in midfield. And here we are with a player in Pablo Fornals who did it, and he did it today with aplomb. Absolutely gave everything to the cause, as he does every minute. And it's for those reasons that, you know, it quite often goes unnoticed, and that's why I'm going to give it to him today anyway. So Rio going for Lingard, Pinky for Noble, Gnome for Bowen, and 4 nails for me. And I think, gentlemen, that might just be the first time ever in the history of Eyes Up Mother Brown that we've had 4 different nominations for the Man of the Match award. So there you go. A couple of things to wrap up before we finish. We haven't had a look at the forums, gentlemen. Should we start with the Leicester view, Pinky, and just see? I mean, obviously there was a lot of consternation before the game and criticism of those players who had been suspended for the game. Maddison, Perez, Hamza, all unavailable today, made unavailable by Brendan Rodgers for breaching COVID regulations in the week. I'm sure that that story will develop in the coming hours and days. What's the view down on the was it Fox's talk, wasn't it?
Yeah, and if I tell you, the match thread was shut promptly, and they're now up to a post-match discussion of 9 pages on it. But here you go, shocking performance, but we're a whisker away from drawing, which I think a touch of revisionism going on there. Our second half performance gives me some hope. Here's reality. I think Rodgers got it wrong today, and Roger Melly on there. All credits at Albrighton for a fantastic 30 minutes. And yeah, ever since, he made his debut for Aston Villa all those years ago, when I think Winston Reid was on debut for West Ham United that day. He's had our number, Albrighton. When he must be due for retirement soon. And he's a player I'd look forward to seeing the back of, if I'm being honest. Here's another one. I'd like every single individual involved in our playing staff and management team take a long, hard look in the mirror on and off the field. I think they're being quite harsh on themselves. There's one here, incredibly poor, even though we got a couple back. Can't let the last 20 minutes mask over a poor performance on the whole. Be lucky to get top 4 now. And generally speaking, the theme of their form is they think their top 4 chance is gone because of the run of games they've got coming up. So there's a definite slump of shoulders in the King Power this afternoon. They're not happy. Let's put it that way. Nothing so absurd that you're going to have a field day on the opposition view. I'd say it's reasonably measured, but they are not happy. Let's put it that way.
No surprise, really. So not only have West Ham dented the Foxes' European challenge, but also the confidence, it would seem, of the players, if that's anything to go by. But of course, we'll see how that goes. Pinky mentioning that Leicester have got a very, very difficult final 3 games of the season. I think it was Man United, Chelsea, and Tottenham. I think they face in those last 3 games. So a lot to do for the Foxes to maintain their Champions League challenge in the next 3 or 4 games. Rio, happier times. KUMB.com forum match thread. I should imagine everyone's very, very happy this afternoon.
Yeah, and if you've got any interest in cardiology, the match thread is the place to go tonight. Box has put, so check the Gnomes are excellent in midfield today, but we're really missing Ogden. We need him back as soon as possible. Clarky and Bell, can we just score 3 and not concede any time next, please? I'm going to have a heart attack if this continues. I thought that Bowen had his best game for us by far, and both 4 nails and Lingard ran their socks off, as did the Czech lads. Lincoln Hammer 1963. Let's have a little bit of perspective here. In commentary, we kept hearing about Leicester City, a superb away record. But that's their only 2nd defeat this season, and this is all still a learning curve for us West Ham fans. Dave I put, what a crazy game of football again. To get the win with who we had missing was brilliant, really. It's just the same, we get to go through every emotion known to man in the second half once more. Butler, Jesus, that was hard work to watch at the end once again. It's worth noting that the players who are going all wobbly in these situations, not the manager who's instructing them to sit back. Moyes was screaming at them to get up the pitch. For all the effect on my nerves, however, how good is this going to be? We're 4th place in mid-April. We're scoring lovely goals. The games are exciting. It's better than mid-table obscurity or a relegation battle. Alden, it's like watching football when I first started going in the 60s. No one is shortchanged watching a West Ham game anymore. MK Hammer. For me, man of the match was Pablo 4 nails. He worked tirelessly, was excellent on the ball. Of course, there was very good contributions from throughout the team. The standout performances were from Soufal, Noble, Bowen, Dawson, Diop, and of course Lingard. We all won about Noble's legs, but did we miss his influence when he went off? And I am Rhino. One thing that is becoming increasingly apparent is we're not as reliant on some key individuals as we thought we were. We may lack squad depth, but we have talent and character across the pitch, and the players are incredibly well motivated. And so far, despite the injuries, we are finding ways to win. Moyes and his staff must be given enormous credit for this. So, yeah, there's a lot of positivity, a lot of mention of blood pressure, a lot of mention of anxiety. But all in all, we're a happy bunch of campers.
We most certainly are. It's been another fantastic afternoon for West Ham here, or there, should I say, because we're not here at the that place behind me, the London Olympic Stadium. One more subject to touch on, gentlemen, before you can all happily go and enjoy the rest of your Sunday afternoons. I do appreciate I've had you for quite a while tonight. Time seems to have passed rather quickly. I guess because we've all been enjoying ourselves talking about another fantastic West Ham win. Newcastle next weekend. I think I'm right in saying the only team to do the double over West Ham United this season are Manchester United. And Newcastle, of course, have the opportunity to do that, having won 2-0 down here in East London on the opening day of the season, can condemn West Ham to a second defeat this year if they manage to do it again at St James's Park next week. Are they going to do it, though? Let's see what the team think here. Gnome, over to you first. The Hammers, on paper, it's a game you're really looking forward to as a West Ham fan this season. Trip to a side in Newcastle who, though they had a very, very decent win at Burnley this afternoon, have been pretty dreadful since, sort of September onwards. How do you see that one going?
Yeah, it's funny, isn't it? Because, first game of the season or whatever it was, if you told us this was the situation back when you get to April, amazing.
We've had you certified, I think, yeah.
Yeah, indeed, yeah. No, that's coming later anyway, I think. But no, it is a game I think we can look forward to. Yes, they got to win today, but they've got to win against Burnley side who are sort of something and nothing. I've watched a fair bit of them in the recent months, and they'll get something like today, but it's they'll then have a game where there's absolutely zero in inspiration for them. I don't think Burnley are in any sort of form in any case, so. I think this is a game we'll win. It's my only regret on this one is that it's always a favourite away game of mine. One of my best mates used to be chairman of their supporters club, and so a lot of people up there that I love to go up and meet. And it's really sad that we're not going to be able to meet, especially with the extended birthday celebrations that would have happened. And a third off the rail fare, of course. So I'm kind of a little bit sad for that. And it's tinge of sadness, but I think we should be able to get 3 points, and I'd hope we should get 3 points up there. And it's unusual because normally we go into a game against Newcastle in recent years, and the gang of us that will meet up. And we'll be trying to do a sort of reverse four Yorkshiremen sketch. Each one is trying to outdo the other in pessimism. You'll slaughter us today. No, you're going to slaughter us today. It's that sort of thing going on. But I actually, for the first time in quite some time, I feel confident about the trip. So that's how I feel about that one.
Excellent. Okay, good stuff. Rio, Gnome's pointed it out. We haven't had the best of luck up there in the northeast, often in seasons past. I mean, you can think of the odd win. Stan Lazaridis, remember that one, 25 years or so ago, and once or twice since. We've come away with wins, but they've been few and far between. Is this going to be a happy hunting ground for West Ham next week, or are we going to completely West Hamify it all and revert to our former form?
In terms of ability and personnel, we should win this. It's just sheer numbers we have available is going to be our undoing. One thing's for certain is our opening game of the season against these lot was an absolute turgid performance from us.
It was.
Absolutely abysmal. It's probably the worst I've seen since the days of Allardyce. Surely we're not going to reproduce that kind of a performance. Just look at the way we've entertained and terrified in recent weeks. We're not going to produce that again. It's just about who we can get on the pitch, who can fill whatever gaps we've incurred with the numerous injuries, such as Cresswell, potentially Noble. But there's nothing to fear from Newcastle. You know? All we've got to do is go back with the right mentality, which I dare say, I have no doubts that Moyes will set us up correctly. It's just do not go 3-0 up. That's the only thing.
Excellent. Thank you, Rio. Do not go 3-0 up, says Rio. And we've got nothing to fear. Yes, of course. We have nothing to fear. Pinky, says Rio. Isn't that a reason to fear everything, perhaps?
No, I'm not having that. One of the things I dislike most about our club is this inferiority complex that we carry around with us everywhere we go. And we've got a jolly little song about it and all the rest of it. And we use it as an excuse for a lack of character, a lack of desire, a lack of application. Yeah. And I hate it. I hate it. It's more than anything. That's what I hate about our club. And for us, I'm not buying any of those excuses. We're in 4th spot by right. Yes, we've got a list of injuries as long as anything. But do you know what? Do you think in those years when Liverpool were winning the European Cup every year, they weren't suffering injury crisis and all the rest of it? This is where you find out if you're any good. This is where you find out if you want it. But if we're worried about Newcastle United, who are 4th bottom, then really the players who we do put on the pitch next week, well, if they're worried about playing Newcastle, transfer list all of them, because they're never going to be good enough. If you're worried about playing the team who are 4th bottom and you're sitting in 4th spot, you don't deserve to be starting week in, week out. Yeah. What I'm looking for from whichever players we put on the field are players with a bit of character that say, yeah, okay, I'm really a wide right midfielder, but I'll play up top today. Yeah, I'm not much of a fullback, but I'll give it a go today. I'll do the job for the team and I'll be disciplined. Okay. So yeah, I don't expect us to win, but I expect us to try and win. That's the key. That for me is what matters. And as long as we try and win, I'll forgive them any sins. What I won't accept is going to Newcastle and trying to come away with just a point because we're a bit thin on numbers.
Right.
That wouldn't be good enough. You know, it really is death or glory stuff now. Okay. If we want to go and play football in Europe, then next Saturday is the time to show it. And for my money, pile the pressure on Leicester City. Make them crack. Keep the pressure on Chelsea. You know, all of these things, you know, these clubs have got European games. They've got cup finals and all the rest of it. Okay. So let's have a go. You know, I'm just dreading the Friday afternoon stories or the Friday papers, which will be full of, you know, 8-page spreads on John Joe Shelby wanting to come to West Ham. You know what I mean? You know, I can't read that again. But no, I think we've got a good shout, albeit with a depleted squad.
Yep.
But we should be good enough.
Okay. Good stuff. Loving the confidence. I love it. And it's a really valid point, I think, that that you make there about, you know, the whole bubbles thing. And but I guess that's what 35 years of underachievement does for you, isn't it? As a football supporter and as a football club, it becomes ingrained. It becomes very part of your soul and your psyche. And you know, you do expect that. And even still, I mean, look at our predictions today. Only one of the 4 of us predicted us to beat Leicester this afternoon. Congratulations, Pinky, by the way. Well done. But that just, and here we are, you know, all 4 of us probably getting on for 50 years plus, probably with the exception of Rio, experience as West Ham United supporters. And that's because it's part of our very makeup, part of our soul. That's what we expect. But this team's changing things. This team is different. These players aren't, you know, from that our generation, they don't think the same way we do. And long may it continue. Long may this team continue to surprise us. And by God, they're surprising us every week. I want to end, gentlemen, today's broadcast, and I'm going to ask you this every match now between now and the end of the season, because we started doing it 3 or 4 games ago, and it was a bit of a joke, really, because we had no pretensions or aspirations of ever achieving a position in the Champions League, but we're there by right, and we're close. There's 7 games to go, and who knows, another 4 wins out of those 7 could be enough now to cement a place in the Champions League. So, I sort of started asking you all jokingly whether or not you felt that we had a cat in hell's chance of doing it. And of course, being dyed in the wool and long-serving West Ham supporters, none of us thought we did, but here we are, in with a very real chance. So I'm going to ask you today for the first time, as I say, I'm going to repeat this every week from now until the end of the season. Gnome first. Will we qualify for the Champions League this season?
Actually, I was just getting prepared for you to ask me Europe. Now you've actually gone one.
No, we're going for the big one, Champions League. Yeah, now we've joked about it in the past, but here we are.
Excuse me.
See, coughing. Yeah, can't believe it.
Will I live to see it? I don't think we will.
Okay.
I just think it's perhaps one step too far from us, and
okay.
But it'll be a damn close thing, and I'll be delighted. I'll be more delighted than anyone else to be proven wrong. I think we'll just fall short, but not by very much. Which is why I sort of sit there and look at 4th and smile and sort of laugh at Tottenham for a little while. Then I put all the league position out of the game until the following weekend and see how we do at the end of that game, see where we are, and smile and laugh at Tottenham then, and just take each game as it comes. That's what
okay.
It's like David so far anyway. So
yeah, it's exactly the manager's mantra, of course.
Yeah.
All season. Pinky, Champions League, yes or no?
Yes.
Yeah. Excellent.
I said last week, if we beat Leicester City, we'll go into the Champions League. We've beaten Leicester City, so there you go. I'm sticking to my guns. We'll make the Champions League. It won't be pretty. We'll be winning ugly because we are struggling. But I don't care because I want the team to finish as high up as possible. It's not a trophy. It's important to remember that. It's not a trophy, but it does allow us to enter a competition we've never been in. And I think our supporters deserve it, frankly. So I'm saying yes. And even more importantly, I can report exclusively we are currently 41 points ahead of Sheffield United. Okay. Henry Winter, yeah, do your worst, son. Lord Justice Griffiths, do your worst. Yeah.
Whatever helped.
Okay. Yeah, so it's a yes from Pinky. Rio, Champions League, yay or nay?
No. I'm expecting a real West Ham to turn up at any moment now. So I'm going to say no. I'm going to keep on saying no until that passport is uncovered and unwrapped.
Okay. 2 no's, 1 yes. I'm going for a yes. I'm going to go for a yes. I'm going for the optimistic. Look, I said earlier today, this West Ham team, the way we're playing, that our results recently remind me an awful lot of Leicester when they won the title 5 or 6 years ago. And of course, we're not going to win the title this year. We know that much. But I still wouldn't rule West Ham out of finishing top 3, given what I've seen today. You know, we fell apart a bit at the end, as we have done against Wolves, as we did against Arsenal. But you know, we've absolutely blitzed Leicester. This is a team that's lost once away from home this season. We've absolutely blitzed them in the opening 35 minutes. I think it's absolutely key that we've lost a couple of players to injury. And I think if we lose Jesse Lingard, who, you know, as I said, I don't believe that one player makes all the difference, but, you know, he's really given us that edge that we need, I think, to make a push for the Champions League. And I think we can do it. I think we can do it. I see parallels between us and Leicester 5 or 6 years ago in that, you know, every week you thought this was it. This is the end of the run. And they kept on doing it. They kept on doing it. I just think West Ham can do it this year. And let's be honest, Pinky touched on it earlier in the stream. You know, we're not going to get another chance like this for a long while. If we don't do it this year, and if we do it, it gives the club the opportunity to go out, expand, buy better players, and who knows what could happen there on. So always dreaming. Always dreaming. Always dreaming. So it's a yes for me. So 2 yeses and 2
just equalised against Tottenham.
Fantastic. What a great way to end the show, eh? What a great way to go out. That is it. That is it from us on an afternoon in which West Ham returned to 4th place in the Premier League and are now just 1 point, tantalisingly close to 3rd place and emulating that much vaunted 1985-86 season, a point behind Leicester, who we beat today by 3-2. Goals coming from Jesse Lingard with a brace and Jared Bowen just after the break to put West Ham in a 3-0 lead. They left us biting all our fingernails. I don't think any of us have any fingernails left after watching that comeback from Leicester, in which they put it back to 3-2. But we managed to cling on and grab another 3 points. My thanks go, as always, to my team. I'm doing it again. I'm going very Brady-esque there, aren't I? To my fellow team members, should I say. Rio, thank you. Pinky, thank you. Gnome, thank you. For your company this afternoon once again. And thank you to all of you who've joined us throughout the afternoon. Once again, we love having your comments. We love reading them out on the show to see what you're saying. Come and join us on the KUMB.com forum on the match thread to let us know your thoughts on the afternoon and anything else that's been going on. If you've liked what you've seen this afternoon, give us a little thumbs up down there underneath the stream. It all helps, apparently. The league table doesn't lie, said Pinky earlier on in the show. And West Ham United end the afternoon 4th in the Premier League. When we started, it was snowing outside. It's absolutely beautiful, blazing sun out there right now. You know what they say, the sun shines on the righteous and all that stuff. Well, let's hope there's something in it. We'll be back next week. Next weekend, West Ham United travel to Newcastle looking to secure another 3 points in our battle for Champions League qualification. Until then, that's it, as I say, from us this afternoon. See you next week. Until then, come on, you Irons.
Go on, you Irons.